please?
Yes, Madam President. Director Wieskamp,
Here.
Director Wasby,
Here.
Director Rosario,
Here.
Director Eccles,
Here.
Director Coffey,
Here.
Director Lane,
Here.
Madam President Corbett.
I'm here. Thank you very much.
And in terms of staff, we have General Manager Doyle, Deputy General Manager Alvarez, Carol Victor, myself, Jim O'Connor, Deborah Ocker, Anthony Chiobaro, Christine Kelchner is not here. Lisa Corrigan's in her place. Carol Johnson and Sharon Clay and Matthew James. And of course, Prime Gov, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you for all who are joining us on staff as well. I would like to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to ask our, she's been with us for a while, but our recently elected board member, Elizabeth Eccles, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the flag
of the United States of America and to the
and to the
republic
republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all, someday.
Thank you very much. Today's meeting, our regular meeting, is held in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive order allowing for board members to participate remotely during this time of the COVID pandemic. We also are providing live audio and video streaming and have provided the public the opportunity to submit written comments and call in for public comments on any item on the staff report, or to call in and leave a voice message. Public comments may be submitted in one of three ways, and I will ask the clerk to state that for us.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, Madam President and members of the board, ways that people can submit comments are via email to myself, yburial@ebparks.org. They can call and leave a message and voicemail, and it'll be transcribed, and the numbers on the agenda. And they can also just provide the comment to us, and we will read it in record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any questions? All right. And I would just point out again, the clerk has already mentioned it, that all of this information is available and posted on our website in advance of all meetings, and we do encourage public participation. So with that, a motion to approve the agenda is in order.
So move.
Moved by Director Wieskamp and seconded by Director Rosario. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam President. Director Wasby, sorry. Director Rosario,
Aye.
Director Wieskamp,
Aye.
Director Eccles,
Aye.
Director Coffey,
Aye.
Director Lane,
Aye.
and then Madam President Corbett.
Aye.
Thank you. It is unanimously approved.
Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, I don't have to ask a question. I know we have public comments today. Please let us know about our public comments.
Yes, Madam President, we have a little over 20 public comments. Some people have sent me an email, and some people have requested to state their comment. I am going to do my best to adhere to what they wanted. There's a lot of people. There are also some members of the public that are on the meeting that I don't know who they are. So I'm going to go with what I have right now. And then at the very end, if I've left somebody out, I will ask for that person to speak. Okay, so we're going to start with Sharon is going to do the first three if she's here.
I am. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The first speaker today is Sachin Hijazi.
Good afternoon.
Yep.
Please welcome.
Yes, hi, thank you. Thank you very much for this. I'd like to firstly thank the directors and the East Bay Park team for your public service and your stewardship of these wonderful community parks. And we are a small group of residents of the East Bay Park District, as well as paragliding community. We would like to work with the park in allowing paragliding, a small hobby, at Concord Hills Park. And we have put together a petition on behalf of the community, and this petition has been shared with the clerk, and that can be something that possibly be shared now or later with everyone. We currently have an existing relationship with the East Bay Park for the Mission site and Mission Peak Park. And so far, the community has really come around to support this request. We have almost 60 signatures, and we'd like your support and guidance in expanding to Concord Hills Park when that comes about. So that was our primary comment, and we've tried to gather as much information around, how the community is interested in expanding this. There are many benefits to the Concord Hills Park, primarily the wind conditions. It's in the Bay Area. Folks can take the BART and get off the BART station and walk to the park. And it's one of the sports that is really low impact to the park itself. We use the same hiking trails that everybody else uses, and we just need an open space to land after a flight. It is, really noise free, and I think it's something that would be great addition. So we hope you would consider this and guide us and allow us to do this at Concord Hills Park as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hijaji.
Thank you, sir. Could you do me a favor? You did, Mr. Sachin, you did send the email, but I was unable to get that petition. Could you send that to me again as a standalone document?
Yeah, there is an email with 3 attachments. One is the petition itself, and there's some comments and signatures.
I didn't get that. Could you just resend that to me in another way? Send it as an attachment. I did not receive the attachment.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll forward that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Next, Sharon.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you,
Sharon, you are timing these at 3 minutes each.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yolanda Burial Knight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Knight. We look forward to hearing from you.
Well, actually, let me just say just one correction. We did have a gentleman that I was going to have speak before me. His name is Donnie Largo. Are you here, Mr. Largo?
I didn't see him in the participant list.
Okay, let me read his email that he sent then, because I don't want to miss it. Okay, Madam President.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr.
Donnie Largo, he sent, why are you removing pandemic related restrictions? Nationally, every single day we hit a new record high. Is the pandemic over? No. Are you doing anything to protect the public? No. Are you doing anything to protect your staff? No. WASPI, I am very disappointed with you in particular. Do you just think the pandemic is over or what? How can you push that everything goes back to how it used to be? You are not that powerful. You cannot just declare a pandemic over and it will be so out of sheer stupidity. I am embarrassed to have voted for you. Believe you me, I will not make that mistake again. Why don't you at least pretend to care? Then he goes on and then said the virus takes a couple of weeks once you catch it by practicing once you catch it by practicing what you preach, you will have the same sentence you are imposing on the entire East Bay. And then we will have new board members who were not so stupid that they purposely caught the virus. That was from Mr. Largo. So here's my public comment. My name is Yolanda Knight, and I'm speaking on behalf of Yolanda Knight. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to share with you my thoughts on the naming of the Concord Hills Regional Park to a yet to be named to a yet to be decided name. I propose Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. Why? The location of the tragedy that occurred on the evening of July 17th, 1944 is personal. Why name it after Thurgood Marshall? Practical reasons. Mr. Marshall advocated for the 50 men who refused to go back to work after the ammunition explosion and were charged and tried and sentenced with mutiny. Without his advocacy, they would have languished in jail for years. This incident jump-started the Navy to desegregate. Thurgood Marshall was the chief counsel at the time for the NAACP, and through his years of fighting, not only for Black people, but for the Native peoples, he rose to become the first Black Supreme Court justice. There are so many untold stories that our naturalists could interpret to honor these men and their commitment to stand for principle in silent protest. There is no other place where this story can be told. The explosion happened there. 320 people were killed there. And I listened to the video of Malcolm Boyd, who was a World War II veteran, 96 years old. And he said in the video, and I quote, "I feel a lot of pain when I heard that people were picking up body parts and some of the fellows were charged with mutiny for not going back to work. It was traumatic. You see, 232 of my shipmates were killed, all young men in their 20s and 30s, and they had no chance to escape. They were in the belly of those two ships that exploded. No one told them how to get out, no warning, no training, just thrown down there to work as stevedores. I had a lot of pain. I will always remember, as long as I live, those shipmates. I hope people understand the sacrifices they made." That's close quote. I believe the Port Chicago Visitor Center and Interpretive Center will become a destination place for many children on field trips. As a mother and a 28-year employee of the district, I was beaming with pride as I brought my youngest daughter with me to attend the 75th anniversary celebration and signing of the conveyance by the Navy to the district and to NPS. I talked to her about what I knew about the Port Chicago 50, and I realized I wanted to know more. I talked to her about the contributions of her grandfather, my father, who was chief in the Navy, Ernest Vincent Barriall Jr. During his service, he worked in a variety of race relations positions in the 70s. And this tragedy and its aftermath were the precursor to desegregation. My father helped with that. She and my daughter went on tour. We admired the Black vendors selling Black books and of course enjoyed our naturalists. Excited. I was so proud because I was working for an organization that valued the gift from the Navy and honored the lives of these men, these Black sailors. My family is a Navy family. Every time I heard a presentation or saw a PowerPoint about Port Chicago, it included the story of lives, the story of these men. At the dedication, I was excited. I was shocked when I saw the document that was presented at the September Executive Committee that relegated us to other. The men's names were not mentioned, not acknowledged, thrown together with others. I am not an other. I want my sons to be able to go into the park and really feel welcome and not threatened. I have heard so many stories of intimidation and questions by white citizens who assume that Black kids don't possibly want to walk. Police being called because they think that something is happening. It is difficult. These men deserve to be honored. Thurgood Marshall deserves to be honored. Port Chicago Visitor Center needs to be honored. In the resolution that we adopted on June 16th, whereas it says, whereas the Park District also committed to learning and changing to ensure our parks and trails are safe and welcoming to East Bay communities and all who choose to visit. So thank you very much, Madam President. That is my comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Knight. We very much appreciate your participation today.
You're welcome. The next speaker is going to be Tony Clark. Tony?
I'm here.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Tony.
Okay.
Welcome.
Just trying to get this thing sorted out. I'm still kind of getting used to the Zoom thing. No
worries.
Good morning, board members. Glad to be here. It's one of my first meetings to be here. And listening to Yolanda and everything, I agree 100% about the name change for the Port Chicago 50. There's a lot of stuff going on, racial stuff going on. And one of the issues that I don't think that anybody knew about until I posted it. Few park members that know about it, my boss's boss. I was at one of our parks. After the George Floyd killing, you know, we started dealing with a bunch of racial stuff that just started popping out. Not that we haven't had it before, but now it's in our park districts, and it's probably been in our park districts before, you know, as far as the parks are concerned. Just hidden. Well, it hit me. While doing one of my routes, I'm one of the sanitation workers for the East Bay Regional Park. You know, I've been with the district now for 22 years, but decided to take a break over there at one of our parks where we used to have a Kimmy at. And I had a customer that was out there in the area walking with his son and his dog. They were along the shoreline picking up litter. At least I assumed it was litter because he had a litter stick. Well, he started walking over to my truck, and I kind of went into customer mode because I figured he was going to ask me a question, which he did. He asked me, he says, "What are you doing here?" So I said, we used to have a Kimmy that used to be over here that I serve. You know, it's not here anymore. So I'm just out here, you know, just enjoying stuff. The response he said was, "I know." Like he knew that Kimmy was there. "I know. But what are you doing here?" And then that's when I kind of like, oh, this isn't a regular question he's asking. Now I knew what he's talking about. My response back to him, though, was, with all the stuff that's going on, now that I figured out what his question really was, with all the stuff that's going on in this world today, this is the best spot to be at. I said, it's nice and calm out here. I can enjoy my time and everything. Nothing to worry about. He just stared and looked at me. Then he got ready to walk away. I said, "Hey, you have a nice day." And then he turned around and stared at me again. And then he walked off. Did it bother me? Yeah, it bothered me a little bit. But what mostly bothered me of the whole thing is he had his son out there. And this is part of our problem, because these kids aren't taught that. I mean, they're not born into this. It's taught from, you know, parents like him, you know, if that was his son or his grandson, whatever it is. But I had to go through that. And out of all my years in the district, I've never had anybody come at me with a racial situation like that. Now, as far as Port Chicago 50, I think it'd be a great thing. You know, as a Black employee of the district, you know what I'm saying, and my family and everything, I think it'd be great to have a name change for something for history. I said, because one problem is in our school, we don't get enough Black history. We don't. Heck, I myself, one of the biggest moments in my whole life, I was in the 7th grade and I got to meet Coretta Scott King. That still to this day is a big blessing to me. I love it. It meant so much to me. And I think the same thing would go for Port Costa. We have a bunch of customers, Black customers, and not just Black customers, because we got whites that like to know about the what goes on with the Black history. So I'm pretty sure that this would be a great thing, a big, great thing. I would love it.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you,
welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Our next speaker is, they're going to come from the Citizens for Historical Equity, and there are 4 of them, I believe. We're going to start with Lewis Thrower, Jonathan Shelton, Alexander Wills, and Fatima Calls. So Lewis, you're first. There you go. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Lewis
Welcome.
Thrower, Citizens for Historical Equity. Black people often face discrimination and microaggressions in public spaces. We should consider what factors contribute to this. We should consider why certain segments of the population feel like they have ownership over all our public spaces, while others don't feel welcome at all. As a society, we name streets, freeways, tunnels, and parks to honor our heroes. But when our park district disproportionately honor white heroes and not Black or brown heroes, it sends a message about what we value as a society and what we don't. This contributes to the discrimination of people of color at your parks. If you create a perception that people of color have not contributed anything to this region, that they have not accomplished anything or done anything worthy of honoring, then you are creating the perception that people of color do not belong. Let's be clear. The problem of underrepresentation in regional park names is not a problem we in the Black community created. No matter how hard we advocate, this is a problem that can only be solved by Park District staff and current members of this board. In order to serve the diverse communities you preside over, board members should feel an obligation to name parks to honor Indigenous culture and people. Board members also have an obligation not to serve that goal at the expense of Black history. When it was time to name the 2 regional parks last year, there was no input from the public. But when it's time to name a park with Black history, the district sought out input from every part of the community except us. We had to organize and petition just to have the Park District listen to Black organizations and community leaders. We need people on the board with empathy and goodwill, people who can imagine what it's like for us, driving on freeways and streets and bridges named after people who don't look like us, to arrive at parks named after people who don't look like us, and then to be treated like we don't belong at that park by people who don't look like us. The board has the discretion to name or rename any of the 72 other parks to honor our Indigenous brothers and sisters. So when this park is singled out, this park with national Black history, we are excluded from the naming process. That tells us that we don't matter to you. We hope that's not true. The petition to honor Black history of our region by naming Concord Hills Park Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50, promotes a park name that honors the contributions and sacrifices of our heroes. It has the support of over 700 citizens, local organizations, and churches. That's more than triple the support of any single name in the Park District's original survey. So now that you have the input of the Black community, we ask you to listen. Listen to the needs of the underserved communities that you pledged to serve, and respect our history by renaming regional parks after people of color. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thrower. Thanks for participating today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Shelton.
Welcome, Mr. Shelton.
See him. I don't see him, so we're going to go to Alexander Wills.
Good morning, Mr. Wills. Or good afternoon, I guess now.
There you
oh,
go. Okay, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. I'd like to address this to the honorable board members. My name is Alexander Wills, and I'll be speaking today on the naming of Concord Hills Regional Park. The Black sailors of Port Chicago did not feel welcome in the towns of Port Chicago, Hercules, Concord, Crockett, and Antioch, because those towns did not welcome African Americans in the 1940s. This very same thing is playing out at regional parks today, in 2020. There are parks where Black people don't feel welcome because they have faced discrimination in many of its insidious forms: profiling, microaggressions, stare downs, rude comments, and just outright racism. When I want to hike, when I want to go to a regional park, I can't simply go in comfortable clothing like a hoodie with jeans. I have to be very aware of how I'm going to be perceived, how I'm going to be viewed by others. I have to dress up as though I'm a very recognizable hiker or a naturalist. I have to look like I directly belong. The way we disproportionately name parks to honor white people is a contributing factor in Black people and other people of color not feeling welcome at parks. I believe that the Park District has 73 parks. I don't know that very many of those parks are named after Black people or people of color. Just last year, 2 more were named after white people with very little discretion. I know that Judge John Sutter and Aurelia Reinhardt are worthy of the admiration. But you now have an opportunity to honor a Black man who is also worthy of admiration and commemoration. You open it up for months of discussion and debate. That seems to be a bit of a double standard, a bit of a disparity in how we're handling the naming process. And it begins to force us to question if we're being valued and are we a priority to you? Please be more cognizant. I would ask that you please be more cognizant of the heroes you honor, the story of our land, and people of color are feeling left out and underappreciated. The disproportionate honor of white heroes in our region is a contributing factor in certain segments of our population feeling perhaps a bit superior to people of color. Please take this into consideration when naming Concord Hills Regional Park. The Black history there is sacred to our community, and we don't want it diminished or overshadowed by splitting the focus and theme of the park. We have submitted to the board our proposal to name the park Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. This proposal and educational addendum outline the connection the NAACP has to the land and the educational opportunities that arise from framing the story of Port Chicago around the fight against segregation. The men of Port Chicago are civil rights heroes, not criminals. And we hope you preserve their legacy by honoring the heroes of this story in the park name. Finally, I'd like to say that this isn't just important to me, to Black people. This is important to everyone, especially people of color. We're here to tell you when our contributions to this region are diminished and go unrecognized, that can have an effect on our human rights. Our history and how it is depicted affects all of our futures. Speak up now before there are no more parks to be named. Representation matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wills. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Fatima Call.
Welcome, Fatima.
You have
Welcome.
3 minutes. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Welcome, Ms. Paul.
Thank you for having me. My name is Fatima Call. I'm with the Board of Citizens. I'm on the board for Citizens for Historic Equity. I'm here because representation matters, and I'm here to support the naming of the park for Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. East Bay Regional Park District naming policies and guidelines are written in such a way to preclude Black people from park names, unless that Black person is a historical figure. When the criteria is met, we must prove that that historical figure is connected to the land, even though that is not a policy requirement. Once we prove that historical figure is connected to the land in several ways, staff may still not make the recommendation to the board. If they do, the board must agree with that recommendation. Unless the park district staff and board members are working towards equity in park naming, the process leaves the odds stacked against us. I don't believe Judge Sutter or Reinhardt had this much scrutiny in 2019 when their parks were named after them. The Park District has a longstanding tradition of naming regional parks after Park District GMs and board members. But the current lack of diversity in those job positions leaves us without representation and puts us further behind. This process of exclusion exacerbates the problems we face as a community, which is discrimination and lack of self-worth, lack of pride. We ask that you please listen to our Black community as well as the employees when making your naming recommendation. In the spirit of inclusiveness, we would like to pay tribute to the heroes of Port Chicago, and I support the naming of the park, Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. Concord Hills is the only Black park within our stewardship with significant Black history that we can honor and pay tribute. And if we don't decide to honor and pay tribute to those heroes, I think it would be very devastating to our community. I believe the power is within your hands. So I just wanted to state that, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Call, for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So actually, Madam President, if you may, Jonathan Shelton had sent an email and it was buried in my stack. So I'm going to read it. He's also with Citizens for Historical Equity. And it reads,
Thank you.
okay, dear honorable board members, let me see. The East Bay Regional Park District is the largest regional park system in the nation, comprising 73 parks, 55 miles of shoreline, and 1,250 miles of trails. There is one single park named to honor Indigenous people, one single park named to honor Black people, 0 parks to honor Asians, 0 parks to honor Pacific Islanders. Meanwhile, there are so many parks named after white people. Listing them here would put me over my 350 word limit. This is not meant to disrespect any of the people you have honored with park names, but this racial disparity needs to be addressed. Point Pinole Regional Shoreline has 3 marshes. One of these 3 is named in honor of former Black board member Whitney Dotson and his family. This is a positive step in the right direction, but this is not a park. It is not a reason to diminish the history of Port Chicago. The East Bay Regional Park District's naming policies are exclusionary. The way these policies have been applied over the decades has been devastating for communities of color. The board has a history of naming parks after former board members and former park district GMs. This leaves people of color vastly underrepresented, which has a detrimental effect on the pride and self-esteem of our children. It has an effect on our sense of belonging. It contributes to discrimination against people of color in your parks. Please take a look at a park district map or list of parks. Look at how many parks are named after white people. Then consider how many of those could have been reasonably and appropriately named to honor Indigenous people or other people of color. 2 more regional parks were named last year, and they did not address these racial disparities. They compounded them. Concord Hills Regional Park has rich African-American history and is an opportunity to name a park to honor and represent the sacrifices and contributions of Black people to Contra Costa County. In the spirit of diversity and inclusion, I am humbly asking you to represent the diverse communities of the East Bay, naming the park at Concord Hills after a Black person or Black people. Respectfully, Jonathan Shelton, Citizens for Historical Equity.
Thank you very much.
Remark. The next person I have is, I don't know if she was able to get on. Is Eva on? Eva Rose Levitt. She was having problems getting back on the meeting. Hopefully she can get on before we leave. Okay, the next person I have is Demetrius McFadden.
Welcome, Demetrius. How are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thank you, Yolanda.
You're
Good
welcome.
morning. Good morning, honorable board members and fellow Park District employees. I'm also here to voice my support for naming the park Thurgood Marshall after Thurgood Marshall and the Port Chicago 50. The Port Chicago story is a very important part of the Black community's history. It's a story that we teach our children. It's a story that we teach our grandchildren. The atrocity of the explosion and the continuing atrocity of court-martialing the men that refused to report to that slaughterhouse is a very important story for us. I'm reminded of a time when I was driving, my son was quite young, and I was driving him and his best friend out to Marine World. And being my son's best friend, he knew that I was originally from Chicago. On the way, we passed a sign for the Port Chicago turnoff. And his friend asked me, Mr. McFadden, how could Port Chicago be here? I know you're from Chicago. It's not here, is it? And I was so proud that my son was able to explain to him his understanding of the story. I think it's very important that that is recognized, and given that the Park District is going to be steward of the land, I think it's a wonderful idea. I also should quickly say that I'm somewhat disappointed that I had to be informed by some fellow employees of this issue rather than being approached to discuss the issue of naming the park with me. However, I do have hope that going forward, the proper decision will be made, and we'll all be able to visit the park with the new name. And I'll be especially happy to bring my son, my now adult son, and his friend out to show them that that work has been done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us. We miss seeing you over at Peralta Oaks.
Good seeing you guys too. Oh, by the way, Director Eccles, I'm Berkeley High School class of '78.
Right on. Go Yellow Jackets. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Our next speaker is, I believe is Willie Mims. I don't know if he's on the, let's see. Actually, no, he's not here. He sent me the email. So let me read his email. His name is Willie Mims, and it says he's, okay. It says, to the East Bay Regional Park District, to the East Bay Regional Park District, my name is Willie Mims. I am a member of the East County NAACP, but I today come as a representative of Pittsburgh's Black Political Association. I have read the staff report from the executive committee, and I'm quite concerned about the process used in determining the naming of this site. According to the staff report, staff reached out to 12 tribal organizations with 9 responding for their input on names. Staff, according to their report, even held consensus meetings with all of the tribal leaders. There were no such consensus meetings with other organizations, especially those that may have wanted to provide input. Where was the reach out to those other organizations that reside in the surrounding communities? A question left unanswered in the staff report. I asked that this executive committee table the agenda item and send it back to staff for further study. I also asked that staff consider another name for this site. What about considering the name of Port Chicago Regional Park? According to your naming policy, historically related names shall be respected. Is not Port Chicago a historically related name? To give it that name would be a demonstration of your respect and appreciation for the town of Port Chicago, where existed the largest naval base on the West Coast. One must not forget that explosion that killed 320 sailors, an explosion that damaged or destroyed over 300 buildings in that town, an explosion that sent large chunks of hot metal and unexploded bombs raining down onto its citizens. We owe that small town and the sailors for the suffering that they endured. The memory of what happened there should not be regulated to the cesspool of American history. I urge you to give serious consideration to the name of Port Chicago Regional Park. Willie J. Mims, MA, Black Political Association. The next speaker that we have, thank you, Mr. Mims. The next speaker that we have is Royal Roberts. Mr. Roberts, I believe I saw, oh, there you go. There you go. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Roberts. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Esteemed board, leadership, and administrators and friends, my name is Royal Roberts. I'm a Bay Area resident, appointed commissioner, elected to the Democratic Central Committee, a board member of the Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom Center, and a member of other community and fraternal organizations. First and foremost, I want to thank the East Bay Regional Park District for providing a healthy and safe mental and physical space to retreat to during this COVID-19. My wife, my 4-year-old son, and I credit your many parks for contributing to our mental and physical health during these trying times. I'm here to stand in solidarity with the proposal to rename the Concord Hills Regional Park to Thurgood Marshall Regional Park. It is fitting and timely due to the tireless work Brother Marshall performed not only on behalf of the Port Chicago 50, but for our country as a whole in battling injustice, racism, and segregation. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and stay vigilant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I don't know if she's on the line, is Ruth Middleton. Let me see. I don't see her, but I do have a written comment, so I thought she was going to come on. Ruth Middleton. My name is Ruth Middleton, and I am voicing my concern as a public citizen regarding the renaming of the Concord Hills Regional Park. I attended ceremonies at Concord Hills in 2015 and again in 2019, and believe the renaming of the park would be in honor of the Port Chicago 50. The soldiers who refused to go back to working in unsafe conditions after the horrific explosion that took place on July 17th, 1944, and to keep the memory alive of the 320 soldiers, in which 202 of those soldiers were African Americans who died in the explosion. At each of the two ceremonies I attended, what I comprehended from the presentations was that the park would be renamed to honor the Port Chicago 50 and the soldiers who lost their lives. Needless to say, I was in shock when I listened to the board meeting in September and heard that the name being considered would be Chupcon Regional Park. That name had never come up in the past, and it felt as though the original naming of the park was now being replaced without the voices of the entire community. I, being an Indigenous Black American, understand Indigenous people having to prove their Native history. I also know that there are many park district lands that can be given the names of Indigenous people, but there is only one park that can be given the name Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. Why Thurgood Marshall? Because Thurgood Marshall, then Chief Special Counsel for the NAACP in 1944, became involved in the fight to free the Port Chicago 50 and was instrumental in fighting to end segregation in the United States military. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Was Ruth, and then Precious Shelton. And Precious, I don't believe she's here. Nope, I'm gonna read her comment. Precious Shelton, restart my timer. Director Corbett, Board of Directors, and General Manager Doyle. I am a Black woman employed at the district since 2004 and a City of Antioch resident since 2017. And raised in Oakland. I'm writing to you today in support of naming Concord Hills Thurgood Marshall home of Port Chicago 50. Recently, I became aware that 320 sailors died at Port Chicago in 1944. After the explosion, 50 men, also known as Port Chicago 50, were found guilty of mutiny and sentenced to 12 to 15 years of incarceration and hard labor. This story was never taught to me in any grade school, high school, or colleges that I attended. By naming this park after a black man will allow those of color who are unaware or misinformed of this explosion that murdered 300 plus sailors, majority of whom were Black men, to learn the history in a community that they were born and raised. During my research, it became clear to me that a piece of my history wasn't being told. Now is the time to recognize past wrongs and implement change. The board has already begun to implement change by passing Resolution 2020-06-132, which states, whereas now is the time to acknowledge past wrongs, for us to listen, learn, and act as we stand in solidarity with the people and communities who are most affected by centuries of systemic racism and inequality that harm Black lives today. As a Black woman and employee of the East Bay Regional Park District, I would hope the board would be in support of naming Concord Hills Thurgood Marshall home of Port Chicago 50 after a Black man who was the first African American appointed to the Supreme Court. Marshall was the chief counsel for the NAACP, formed a campaign and advocated to have the sailors freed. I want to thank the board for their consideration of this request. I'd like to remind the board of former board member Whitney Dotson, who recently passed. He would say, quote unquote, urgency. I ask that we honor his memory by ensuring generations never forget what happened to these sailors. Thank you, Precious. The next person we have that sent in a comment is Virginia Delgado Martinez. Hello, my name is Virginia Delgado Martinez, a naturalist at Black Diamond Mines Regional Preserve. I had the privilege to develop the interpretive foundation documents for the stories that would be told about Port Chicago with my colleagues in National Park Service. This would be the first time in my 10-year career when an agency had showed interest in honoring a history in which I saw myself in as a Black person. Therefore, I took tremendous pride in planning the themes that would highlight the civil rights movement, the legacy of the Port Chicago 50. Since 2015, I have led programs at the Future Park. During the Teen Echo Action Program, staff spent a day with the local youth introducing the park and why the name Port Chicago is one we should never forget and what it represents. The group was made of predominantly Black youth who lived a short bike ride away. They were able to meet with the planning department and had a group discussion on how they will enjoy, recreate, and take ownership of the future park. The message of having a park named after a place that represented Black history sent a clear message to the Black youth that East Bay Regional Park District believes that they matter and their history matters too. I'm also speaking on behalf of military families of color like my own. As a member of a military family and as a military spouse, I know that this site will bring extreme pride for the American veterans of color who don't always see themselves honored in historic sites as much as their counterparts. There is no better place than the Future Park site to honor the men who died in the Port Chicago disaster and to tell the history of the birth of the civil rights movement that sprung from this historic event in our nation's history. We all know that names and places matter and carry weight, which is why I support the naming of the Concord Hills Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. Thank you for your time, Virginia.
Thank you.
Okay. The next person we have is Melissa Folks, and she sent in a comment and it reads, my name is Melissa Folks, and I'm a naturalist for the East Bay Regional Park District, and I am a Black employee. I love my job and the diverse communities I serve. Oftentimes, Black folks are not well represented in the parks and recreation industry. I am proud to say that I am a part, I am proud to say that I'm a part of actively building a narrative that includes folks of color, especially to our youth who are my favorite group to work with. I am in full support of renaming the Concord Hills Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. From an interpretive and educational standpoint, having a park named after a familiar and well-respected leader within our Black community and hiring interpretive staff who reflect our diverse Black community sends the message that we are welcome, and this park is a safe place. It also is in alignment with the recent board initiative statement that was presented in regards to being more inclusive and supportive of diversifying our workplace and the parks we have the privilege to steward. Safe outdoor spaces are sacred, especially now with COVID-19. Of course, our parks are open to all, and the hope is that all feel welcome. However, that is not always the case. I have engaged with visitors of color who are tentative, shy, or scared to come into the park because they feel they do not belong or are under the assumption they do not recreate per the standard norm. Let's work together to remove that barrier and deconstruct those biases by explicitly naming this park as aforementioned so there is no question, and instead an affirmation of belonging and accessibility. Furthermore, coming from a multi-generational military family, this space in particular should be reserved to forever honor and commemorate the service of our Black enlisted folks who made the greatest sacrifice of upholding their commitment to protecting civilians and this country with their lives. Thank you for this time to express my thoughts, and I hope you are well and taking good care, Melissa.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker that I have, the next comment that I have is from Nancy Drago, and I do not see her, so I'm going to read her comment. The story of the African-American history at Port Chicago can only be told at Concord Hills Regional Park, nowhere else. For those board members who believe it's noble to make African-American and indigenous people split the park, it is not. We know you named 2 parks last year after former board members. You could have named those parks after indigenous people, but you chose not to. All parks are suitable to be named or renamed after the indigenous population. The board should do that. If board members would respect all the diverse communities of the East Bay will fight to respect the board members once they retire. In conclusion, please don't use the indigenous people as an excuse to erase African-American history. Please don't exploit African-American deaths to get land donations and money donations unless you are going to respect the African-American deaths when you name the park. Signed, Nancy Drago, Concord, California. Our next speaker is Kelly next commenter is Kelly Zaldana. And she is not here, so this is her comment. I am writing this letter today in support of naming the Concord Hills Regional Park as Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. More Black representation is needed in our world so that all members of our community can feel safe in our parks. The opportunity to afford that representation does not always come around easily. And by naming this park to honor Black history, the East Bay Regional Park District has that opportunity. It's now time to act in support of marginalized communities and to show that they are seen and heard and cared about. The history of the Port Chicago 50 and the Justice Thurgood Marshall, the justice that Thurgood Marshall fought for deserve to be honored. My family and I love the parks and the district. And naming this park to honor Black sacrifices and contributions would make us that much prouder to support an organization that not only say they support people of color, but they show that they do. I'm gonna take a little sip.
Please do.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay. The next commenter is Ron Jordan. And let me see, Ron, are you here? I do not see him, but he did send a comment. And it reads, my name is Ron Jordan. I'm an African-American Park District employee. I am in support of renaming Concord Hills to Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Chicago 50. The reason is I think it would bring national and possibly worldwide interest to the park, and it will help educate more people about Port Chicago, the Chicago 50, and Thurgood Marshall's efforts to help them. Growing up in the East Bay as a kid and young adult, I heard of Port Chicago briefly, but not about the Chicago 50, and really didn't learn the complete history until I started working for the district. We don't always look at titles as having that big of an impact on us in general, but the reality is titles do influence us all. Thank you all for your time and support.
Thank you.
The next commenter is Caitlin Stone, and let me see if she's on here. She is not, okay. Caitlin says, my name is Caitlin Stone and I'm a Park District employee, but speaking as a member of the public. I support the Black Park District employees and community members in their recommendation that the Concord Hills be named in honor of Thurgood Marshall. I honor and respect my Black colleagues and think this is an opportunity for the district to elevate and bring attention to the history of Port Chicago.
Thank you.
Our next one is commenter is Marcus Finney, and Marcus is not on the line. Marcus writes, good afternoon. My name is Marcus and I've worked for the Park District almost 20 years. I started at the Entry Park Ranger 1 and have promoted through the years to the park supervisor. As a Black man, I can count on one hand the total of Black supervisors I've seen here. My reason for writing is for the board to consider naming the park at the Concord Naval Station. I would like the board to name the park that includes paying homage to the 50 Black sailors who refused to load ammunition after 320, including 200 Black sailors, became a part of the civil rights movement. In these times, it is imperative that East Bay Regional Park District not turn our heads, but look straight forward at the events of today, which have blatantly shown Black men being murdered on television, including the Port Chicago 50 in the name will show the district is for all people of all color and will give my people of color pride in showing our children that Being courageous in times of trouble brings honor, just like the Port Chicago 50. Thank you, Marcus Fennessy.
Thank you.
The next comment is from, my name is Renee Robinson, and I am a senior administrative specialist with the East Bay Regional Park District, and I have served the district for 23 years. As a Black female, I face injustices and discriminations. I have experienced these injustices internally and externally. They are often overlooked in the workplace and in public spaces. We need a park to represent us because we deserve to enjoy peace in the parks. Concord Hills Regional Park should be named to honor Black people, to connect us to the land and our rich regional history. My mother had a lifetime California teaching credential for K through 12. You can't even get that anymore. She worked in the flatlands where she was a productive and monumental part of the community and its education to our Black youth. My mother is now 80 years old, and this park would bring so much pride to my mother and our family. I ask that you please consider naming this park to honor the fight to desegregate the military and the civil rights protest of the Port Chicago 50 by naming this park Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50. Thank you for your consideration. Your long-serving Black employee, Renee Robinson.
Thank you.
And we have the person that was not able to get on sent me an email. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to read it straight off my laptop because I just got it. It says, "Good morning, board members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Eva Rose Levitt. I am a landscape architect here at the Park District, but today I speak as a member of the public, a park user, and a person of African descent. I support the naming of Concord Hills to honor Thurgood Marshall and/or the Port Chicago 50. The incidents leading to the explosion at Port Chicago were sadly not unique, but the resulting response and eventual legal precedents had ripple effects throughout the US Navy and consequently the United States. The Park District must not bury the lead on interpreting these events and historical figures. The act of naming acknowledges the systemic racism of our nation's past, the willing sacrifices of Black servicemen, heroic acts of those who rebelled against further persecution, and the legal precedents of civil rights that resulted. On June 16th this year, the board passed the resolution denouncing racism and standing in solidarity with Black people and all people of color. Naming the park after Thurgood Marshall and/or the Port Chicago 50 is an active demonstration of the spirit of the resolution. When we educate ourselves on the magnitude of the civil rights actions that were catalyzed by the Port Chicago 50, it becomes obvious that naming the park to honor Thurgood Marshall in Port Chicago 50 is completely aligned with the Park District's mission. Specifically, the resolution states, "Now therefore, be it further resolved that the Board of Directors and the East Bay Regional Park District honor Black, Indigenous, and people of color who contribute to our mission. The board knows that representation matters. I am confident that in collaboration with our tribal partners, another equally inspiring parkland with a uniquely rich interpretive history can be identified for the name of Chupcon territories. In conclusion, I invite the board to review the inhumane events that occurred at Port Chicago and recognize how the aftermath of the explosion led to major gains in civil rights that affected all Americans across the United States. I urge the board to name the park after Thurgood Marshall, Port Chicago 50, to fully honor and interpret this history, to invite, to inspire, to include all park users so that they are welcomed, that they are valued, and that they matter." Thank you. And that was from Eva Levitt. And our next,
Thank you.
You're welcome. There are 3 speakers that I believe are here. And I'm gonna, Karen Rojas, are you here? If you are.
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I, Karen Rojas, a representative of the Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom Center, support the name change of Concord Hills Regional Park to Thurgood Marshall Regional Park. Every day, we are honored with Thurgood Marshall's work in civil rights. His discerning and compassionate character found a mission in the implementation of racial justice in America. His influence in law and politics shifted the status quo. He fought for the integration of schools across the United States and later became the first African-American Supreme Court Justice. Marshall represented the Port Chicago 50 in the appeals court, modeling the hard work and commitment to good work. With his engagement in education and action, his strength was felt through with each piece of legislation he fought and changed. He once declared that the measure of a country's greatness is its ability to retain compassion in times of crisis. During our times of crisis, we must honor Marshall's legacy and his crucial fight for a united country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
Thank you. I may say your name wrong, but Amaya Proctor?
Oh, it's Amaya, but it's okay.
Amaya, okay. All right, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amaya Proctor, and I'm a representative of the Martin Luther King Freedom Center. Amaya Proctor supports the name change of the Concord Hills Regional Park to the Thurgood Marshall Regional Park. Thurgood Marshall's work will have an everlasting effect on the Contra Costa County. Bringing justice to the men involved in the 1994 port accident, changing the name will honor and signify Thurgood Marshall's work towards the struggle for justice and bring great representation to the East Bay Regional Park District. My grandfather, Gary Proctor, was a Black naval worker at the Port of Chicago in 1973. When he was working there, his job was to unload and load bombs and explosives off and on the boats, which was, very risky. And he was telling me that the African Americans were given the hardest jobs because if anything went wrong, they would be the ones who would suffer the most. And changing this park name would signify the struggles that we've gone through and been through. And it's just so meaningful to really take this in consideration and to make this go through. We're counting on all of you to make this change happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor.
Thank you. Mabel Minnie, are you here, ma'am?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Welcome, Ms. Minnie.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I, Mabel Minnie, am here on behalf of the Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom Center, and I'm here to support the name change of Concord Hills Regional Park to Thurgood Marshall Regional Park. Thurgood Marshall once said in a pamphlet, he wrote, "Remember Port Chicago? You should. Over 320 American soldiers were blown to tiny fragments there in less time it takes to say Jim Crow," end quote. The men at Port Chicago were forced to work in unsafe conditions with untrained officers. This tragedy is one incident of the systemic racism ingrained in our country. Thurgood Marshall, a true human rights luminary, deserves recognition for his contribution he made to this incident and to the betterment of our country on a whole. It's so important that we learn and remember the tragedies and the triumphs, that we accept our history for what it is. This remembering and honoring of Thurgood Marshall is a step forward in the right direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Minnie, for joining us.
Thank you. Don't see anyone else that I can hear. Okay, our next speaker will be Sabrina Pennell. Sabrina, there you go.
Hello, Sabrina. Nice to see you too.
Well, thank you. Thank you, President Corbett, General Manager Doyle, and our esteemed board of directors for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name again is Sabrina Pennell. First, I would like to recommend that the Concord Hills Regional Park and Visitor Center be named Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of the Port Chicago 50 at the Port Chicago Memorial Visitor Center. I'm here to talk about Raphael Allen. He was a former National Park Service interpretive park ranger. He was a tireless researcher, educator, and storyteller, similar to our NPS park ranger, local Shelton Johnson at Yosemite. I would like to share excerpts from Ranger Raphael's July 2015 presentation at the Port Chicago Naval Magazine Memorial to help you get a better picture of what life was like for a young Black sailor in 1944. The night of July 17th, 1944, 10:18 p.m., witnesses reported hearing a metallic sound and banging timbers. Immediately afterward, an explosion happened on the pier and a fire started 6 seconds later. The second blast followed. 5,000 tons of explosive ripped through 2 ships and 16 boxcars full of ammo. Everything and everyone close by was blasted to pieces. The African-American sailors spent the next few days collecting and standing guard over body parts of their lost comrades from the blast area. They were denied the customary 30 days survivor's leave that was granted to the white officers. This brings me to the question, what kind of America did we take into that war? What was it like to have been a Black civilian at that time and to have to fight for the right to fight? The Port Chicago sailors had signed up to fight. Instead, they found themselves doing risky work, filling the supply lines of the war under the supervision of white officers who themselves lacked munitions experience. Officers who would not train their sailors for loading because those officers believed that, quote, Black sailors lack the emotional or intellectual temperament for loading explosives, end quote. While we fought against Adolf Hitler's campaign for Aryan supremacy, American Navy men worked in segregated crews and Black sailors opened booby-trapped boxcars arriving from Hawthorne, Nevada, painted with racist cartoons at the same time as our allies were losing ground in Europe and Asia. Signs hung over bathroom doors in American cargo ships saying, "No Blacks allowed." Black sailors had to walk over a mile to their barracks to use the bathroom. Put yourself in their shoes. Imagine them, teenagers, signed up to fight, lying about their age just to get into the Navy that much sooner, signing up to fight their lives cheapened by racism at home, even while they fought to get to the front lines. What would you have done if there was an order that you would have disobeyed? Over 250 Black sailors stopped marching on Mare Island. 3 days later, all but 44 of them declared that they would load, though 6 more, including one with a broken arm, would be added to the group of resistors. Those 50 men were thrown in a brig and then court-martialed on Treasure Island and charged with mutiny. The 50 men facing mutiny charges were not afraid to die. They were angry that they weren't allowed to fight. They were fearful of failing equipment and angry that they were forced to do a menial job badly. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pennell.
And our last speaker, I don't see anyone else. And if I have omitted somebody, please feel free to send me an email. But our last speaker is Yuli Padmore. Yuli, oh, there you go.
Hi, Yuli. Nice to see you too.
Nice to see everyone. Good morning, board members, general manager. Thank you for your time today. My name is Yuli Padmore, acting legislative assistant with the Park District. I am a Black employee and have served the district for 10 years. I want to start by recognizing and showing my appreciation for Yolanda Burial Knight, the first ever Black woman to serve as the clerk of the board in the history of the Park District. It is the long-serving Black employees such as Yolanda and others in this meeting and at home that paved the way and created opportunities for many of our Black employees that are among us now. Today, I would like to honor their contributions. Currently, there are many Black people in the Bay Area who enjoy our regional parks and would love to have a park where they can go to feel safe, welcome, and learn about themselves and their connection to the land. Honoring Black people and acknowledging our contributions to the region through park names and education is vitally important to our mission of making Black people feel more welcome and safe at our parks. The land conveyance of Concord Hills Regional Park was held on the 75th anniversary of the Port Chicago explosion. I was fortunate enough to be involved in organizing that event. I coordinated all RSVP emails and phone calls from our community and heard the joy in people's voices. I heard how grateful they were that the Park District was ensuring Black history and would be respectfully honored. That event, which I attended, engaged the Black community through speeches and photo ops and highlighted the Park District's respect for the national Black history at Port Chicago. A year later, I was saddened to hear that Black people were forgotten in the naming process and must now organize and strategize to gain consideration for the park name. The Park District has a stellar reputation and it is earned. I'm extremely proud to work for the Park District. I can't deny this process is hurting me. I ask you, please consider listening to over 700 citizens wanting to name Concord Hills Thurgood Marshall Regional Park, home of Port Chicago 50. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Padmore.
Madam President, that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. Did we also have some additional public comments with regard to an item that's on the consent calendar?
Oh, yes, that's item N about the,
If they're with us on the line,
the engine.
with
Yeah.
the board.
Westport Voluntary Fire Department.
Yes, if with the board support, if they are on the line, can we take their comments now?
Why not call the consent calendar?
Yeah, we have to do the consent calendar, I believe.
Well, I know we have to do the consent calendar, but they wanted to speak on an item on the consent calendar. And since we're doing public comments, I felt it would be much better just to do them now.
We just wanted to thank you guys for putting us on the agenda, putting us on the calendar, considering us for this.
Yeah, so let's just take those comments and then we'll go to the next item.
That was just that was all we wanted to say, was just thank you for even considering us.
Okay, well, could you introduce yourself? And we hear in your voice you're excited about this, but if you could just introduce yourself and then just specifically tell us what you're thanking this for.
Yes, hello, my name is Daniel Maxey of Westport.
We can't hear you.
My name is Chief Daniel Maxey of the Westport Volunteer Fire Department in Mendocino County. And we are specifically thanking you for the option to help us out in this time of need for the large amount of wildfires that we have in our area, to consider donating one of your surplus rigs to our department, which will help us out tremendously in our future efforts to try and contain and fight wildfires within our own response area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxey. Thank you for being here. We appreciate the thank you too.
Thank you for the thank you.
More than welcome. Do we have any other public comments, Madam Clerk?
No, Madam President.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will go to the next item, which is consent calendar. Are there any items that anybody would like to remove from the consent calendar?
Not to remove, but Director Rosario had comments and or questions.
Okay, what item is that?
There are four, I believe. Item D, resolution S4401. Item E, S4538. Item, what was it, F? Is it F?
Mm-hmm.
And then item I.
And item
Director Rosario?
I. Yes, and I also saw Director Waspy had his hand up too. Did you have some items you wanted to discuss, Director Waspy? Oh, Director Waspy, we can't hear you. There you go.
Madam President, may I ask or make a comment on item H and item N?
H and N. Okay, any other items, directors? Anything else? All right, let's go ahead and take a look at item D. Director Rosario.
Yes, this is a resolution to support Senate Bill 4401 by Harris and HR 5986, Grijalva, Environmental Justice for All Act. I just wanted to comment that I absolutely support this this recommendation, and because not only is it a great program, but I think the Park District can and will, if this passes, to help in our renovations of Lake Temescal and the Tilden Environmental Education Center. So I think there's a direct nexus there, and I wholeheartedly support that.
Thank you very much. And then your next item, E.
Also, resolution to support Senate Bill 4538 by Durbin and the Renew Conservation Corps Act. I've stated in the past that this creating a civilian conservation corps would benefit the nation and also California and the East Bay Regional Park District, and in giving jobs to our young people, and especially in this time of need. And wholeheartedly support that as well.
Thank you, Director Rosario. And item F.
And then F, resolution to support the California Recycling and Plastic Pollution Reduction Act. I wholeheartedly support this, but I also wanted to say that we, as a park district, need to find a way to get rid of our use of plastic bags in our trash collection as our part in supporting this bill. I know we've talked about it before, and solutions are hard to find, but I think we need to not only support this bill, but also renew ourselves in finding an alternative to using plastic bags.
Thank you, Director Rosario. I support you on this, and also to take a look at other single-use plastics and the reduction of those in our parks. Thank you. Is that it, Director Rosario?
I have item I.
Oh, item I. Okay.
This is the authorization to award a contract for janitorial services to Universal Building Services and Supplies. My question here is, and I apologize for not getting my questions out earlier. I just wanted to know what the Park District's contract for services requirements are when we hire contractors. My concern is we should be making sure that contractors that we hire are offering at least minimum wage, if not our minimum wage, because our standard now is $15 an hour, but they should, I think the city of Oakland, which this contractor is going to be working in, is around 12 or 13. And also that the employees of these contractors have healthcare, especially in this time of COVID. And I just wanted to know if that's part of the requirements, but I want to know what other requirements there are as well.
And Director Rosario and to staff, I have a quick question too, which I'll throw in there so they can all get answered at the same time. I would like to also ask if we asked any questions about protocols that the janitorial services employ in order to keep people safe during COVID-19, if they have specific safety protocols to address those issues. So please, are you going first, AGM Ocker?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you. Deborah Ocker, the Assistant General Manager of Finance and Management Services. And I have a team of people to answer the questions. Michael McNally, our Facilities Manager, is here, as well as Jeff Rasmussen. The district does have purchasing policies as part of our board operating guidelines that we follow when we do request for proposals. They currently do not have requirements about minimum wages paid to the employees of the contractors. However, we do review all the different proposals and take in that information when we make our decisions of the teams that will move forward. Yeah, currently our rules do not require that, but we do evaluate what is presented by the employers. And then Michael, did you want to address the protocols that we did? We did have a question in our interview process related to protocols. Did you want to address a little bit of that, Michael?
Sure.
Thank you, Michael. Nice to see you too.
Hello. Michael McNally, Facilities Manager. And also in the RFP for this janitorial, we did make sure that they will comply with the City of Oakland minimum wage, which is higher than the state wage. And also the Janitorial Opportunity Act, which if we were to change vendors, that the janitors that are working at our site would be offered the job with the new company. As it so happens, we did select the incumbent company, Universal Building Services. So that won't be an issue. And even before we went to RFP, we were already working with them about COVID protocols to make sure they were doing extra cleaning around the building, especially the high touch areas every day, taking care of the bathrooms, and of course, taking care of themselves if they're wearing PPEs. So that did come up in the request for proposal process as well.
Thank you.
Well, I'm very happy to hear about the minimum wage requirement. Is there any, does Universal or any of the other contracts I guess, are we asking them if they have healthcare for their workers?
That wasn't listed in the RFP, but as it turned out, when we went through the interview process, they were offering healthcare.
Good, excellent. That's very good to hear. I think maybe in the future we should, in our requirements, we should probably state those in the future so that I'm happy that the contractors voluntarily provided that information, but I think we should make it a requirement to have to meet minimum requirement and provide health care. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Rosario. Any other comments from Deborah, Michael, or Jeff? Colin, did you have a question? Yes, Director Coffey.
Yeah, just as a process, I need to have this item pulled and voted on separately from the rest of the consent calendar because my sister-in-law, Mila's sister, works for that company, and I don't feel comfortable voting on the matter. I'd rather abstain because of that connection.
Okay, we'll pull that item. We'll pull that item so that we can vote on it separately. Thank you, Director Coffey. Okay, everybody's questions answered on that one. AGM Ocker.
I just wanted to offer, we did have a great reply for our request for proposal. We had the opportunity to evaluate a lot of companies, and there were some really top-notch companies. We did find that our current provider is doing great and matched up with all of them, so that's why we selected them.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being thoughtful about those employees, contract employees. We appreciate that very much. Okay, any other questions on this one? Okay, thank you, everybody. Nice to see you. And then excuse me, is item N yours, D, or is that Dennis's? Oh,
Dennis's, I believe.
Okay, so are you done with yours, Director?
Yes, I am all done. Thank you.
Okay, Director Waspy, let's go back to item H.
All right, thank you very much. Item H is the authorization to award a contract to Bay Cities Refuse Service for recycling, compost, and trash collection processing services at Anthony Chabot Regional Park. I just wanted to note in this that we are getting an incredible deal here. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, Waste Management of Alameda County takes care of their garbage at $133,000. And if you notice the bids here, Bay Cities won the bid for $49,000, or a savings of $83,000 per year. It's an amazing work by Matt Norton of the Sanitation Department, the sanitation supervisor, and Andrew Green, the recycling coordinator, who, when I worked on this crew, these guys were tenacious in getting the best deal for the park district, and amazingly in the whole waste management field, it's a pretty wild market out there. Do a lot of research, you can get excellent bargain for your agency and for our constituents and taxpayers. And these guys did an excellent job, and I just like to compliment them on that. And I would heartily endorse this. And they've done it at Tilden Park a couple of years ago also. And I hope they continue their efforts of going over our contracts throughout the district.
Thank you very much. And I'm just taking a look. How long is this contract for? I'm looking at the resolution right now. Mr. Castile, can you tell me that? Annual cost?
I have actually Kelly Barrington, Chief of Mast, here to answer that question for you.
Oh, we found another reason to see Kelly. All right, Mr. Barrington.
Good afternoon, President Corbett, members of the board. I'm Kelly Barrington, the Chief of Maintenance and Skilled Trades with the Park District. That's a 5-year contract, Director Corbett.
Great.
And it is, I'd like to just echo Director Waspie's comments if I could. This is an incredible deal, and it's reached an incredible effort from the gentleman that he mentioned before, Mr. Green and Mr. Norton, as well as their manager, Eric Bowman. This will be my last board meeting, so I just want to thank you for awarding the contract and for everything else. And if I might, just one comment, I'd just like to raise my hand in support of the speakers before for the off-agenda item regarding the naming of the Port Chicago Park. I think that's appropriate and should be taken into consideration. And again, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Barrington. Thank you so much for your work and your team on this specific item, but also thank you very much for all you've given to this park district. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and I have really enjoyed my time here. It's just a wonderful organization. Oh, one more thing. Congratulations, Director Eccles. Well done. And I knew Gene Siri and Director Dodson very well and considered them friends, and I think their word is in great hands.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Director Lane has a comment.
Well, so I'm really happy to see that this was such a low bid. However, I guess I want to know how it was possible for this bid to be 50,000 when the others were so high. Because it's frankly unbelievable to see that. So are you saying you're sure we're going to get the same service and you're comfortable with the person with whom we are, that we're going to contract with? Because I'd like to know why there's such a disparity in the bids.
I cannot speak to exactly why there is such a large disparity in the bids, except that to say that we have had experience with this company before at Tilden, as Director Waspie mentioned, and we've had a great deal of success with them. And they have always stuck to their bid and their pricing. We haven't had any problems with them in the past. One of the reasons we're able to get a better price, though, I believe, is because we bid these competitively. And we're not held to the same franchising rules that the neighborhoods are held to. For example, in those areas, we can be treated more like a school district or another public agency and actually put out our trash hauling contracts to multiple vendors. And I think that goes goes a long way towards driving down costs and bids.
Thank you.
I would just add a few editorial comments. There is a lot of variation in these types of contracts, and in competition really helps in the final bottom line on these. And that's been my experience. And there's lots of interesting rules and regulations that get involved with this. But I think it was very smart that we went out and competed. So good job. I saw another hand. Oh, Mr. Castile. Steve.
President Corbett and board members, thank you. Steve Castile, acting AGM for Jim O'Connor. I would have to agree with Kelly on that one. We often find the same thing with hazardous tree contracts and other ones. When you go out for RFP, some of the numbers can be double or triple of what the actual values are, and for the same amount of service. So it's right in line, and I think that getting the multiple bids is really going to do a lot of benefit for the district.
Okay, that's great. And maybe we want to even think that maybe it's because there's less garbage being brought into the parks. Recycling. One can only hope, right, that that's part of it. Okay, thank you all very much. Any other questions on that one? Okay, Director, and thank you again very much. And Director Waspy, I think you had one more item in.
Sure, and we talked to Chief Mackey about that. He spoke just briefly about the donation of the Type 3 engine to the Westport Volunteer Fire Department. I just want to say I think that's really a great thing we're doing. I recall 30 years ago, I know the fire department, you have hose, and if your hose needs to be inspected every year as a safety precaution. And after, I think it's 5 years, it could be longer, I'm not sure, you have to put your hose out of service. There's many volunteer fire departments throughout California and throughout the country for that matter, that don't have the money that we do to repurchase hose. So I remember donating through our fire department 1,200 feet of hose to the Cedar Ridge Volunteer Fire Department. They were so happy, they were ecstatic. They were able to use that hose, not for online fires, but for all of their training purposes. So I think this is an excellent deal. I compliment Chief Tiley or whomever on staff figured this one out, but it makes total sense. It's just great goodwill between agencies, and we're all fighting lots of big fires these days, and everybody needs all the help they can get. So I just want to compliment staff for figuring that one out.
It's also great to know that it's going to be reused and recycled and not end up somewhere else. And I hope we have visiting rights to go visit it sometime. It's a pretty nice part of the state. So, all right. With that, any other items to discuss on consent calendar? Yes, Director Eccles.
Yes, I would actually like to recuse myself from item L because I live not that far from that area. So I guess that means you would have to pull that one as well.
I'll pull that as well. Okay, very good. All right. Would anybody, if there's no other questions, comments, would anybody like to make a motion on the consent calendar excluding items I and item L?
I'll move.
Second. Moved. I didn't get the moved. Was that you, Director Lane?
Yes.
Moved by Director Lane, seconded by Director Wieskamp. Please call the roll on the consent calendar excluding items I and L.
Yes, Madam President. Director Waspy?
Aye.
Director Eccles?
Aye.
Director Coffey?
Aye.
Director Rosario?
Aye.
Director Lane?
Aye.
Madam President Corbett?
Aye.
And Director Corbett, and then Director Wieskamp, I believe I missed you. It's
I'll fall into
unanimous.
line.
Unanimous on those items. Let's now call item, any objection to calling I and L together? Okay, let's call. Is
That's
what-
what they-
oh, that's right.
Do
Sorry,
that.
that's right, Colin. Sorry. Never mind. Okay, please call the roll. I'm sorry, Director Eccles?
Motion.
Just a point of order. So if I want to just recuse myself altogether as opposed to abstaining, how do we do that? I'd rather not be recorded as an abstention, rather a recusal.
Okay, let's ask the attorneys.
Yeah, we can.
So the minutes will just reflect that you did not participate in the vote in this matter. So if the board approves it, it will be a 6-0 vote.
Okay, let's take item I. Please call the roll on item I. This is the janitorial services contract.
Director Rosario?
Aye.
Director Lane?
Aye.
Director Wieskamp?
Aye.
Director Coffey?
Abstain.
Director Eccles?
Aye.
Director Corbett?
Aye.
And Director Waspy.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. That item passes 6-0. And then item L, which is the authorization to grant a utility easement for PG&E.
Thank you. Director Waspy.
Aye.
And Director Rosario.
Aye.
Director Wieskamp.
Aye.
Director Eccles.
Recused or
Yeah, recusal. I got it. I'll put it, I'll do as District Council said. It'll reflect in the minutes. Director Coffey.
Aye.
Director Lane.
Aye.
And Madam President Corbett.
Aye. Thank you very much. That passes with 6 votes.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Thank you all very much. Board members, hang on just a second. Oh, I was in such a hurry to get to the consent calendar that I skipped right over item C, the special update. So board members, we're going to take a break. We can take it after item C, or we can take it now for 15 minutes. What's your preference?
Pleasure. You're the president.
Let's take it after item C.
Good.
Does that sound good?
Good.
So Mr. General Manager doesn't have to wait for us to come back. Okay, so back to item C, which is our regular special update, General Manager's update on the status of the East Bay Regional Park District emergency during our COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. General Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I just want to also say that I'm very proud of the staff today for using their rights to speak to the board. I think that's a wonderful opportunity to hear from the staff and our other speakers, of course. And just a reminder that the Concord Hills designation has always been a temporary designation. It was a holding name, so we have not made any decision on the final name of facilities or the park. Thank you very much. We're very pleased today to see that we continue to allow additional openings in the safest possible way. I wanted to address a couple of things today very specifically, but just a reminder that we are still in a constant monitoring pattern with the health departments of both, actually 3, Alameda, Contra Costa, and the state. And at this point in time, we have been notified that Contra Costa may be reducing its relaxation of rules because they are seeing an increase in hospitalizations in Contra Costa County. So we don't have any final designations there, but this is a dynamic situation, and we are adhering to every recommendation that the counties are making or the state and following them to the letter of those recommendations. And we have continued to do that from day one. Also, a reminder that the district is working closely on a biweekly basis and attending meetings, in fact, with the health departments to be regularly updated. Our liaison with the county health departments is excellent, and we continue to discuss, respond, and provide our own input. And also just a reminder that from day one, it has been the position of our health leaders in the 2 counties that we do everything possible to provide an opportunity for people to get outdoors and safely use our parks and trails. And we have done that. So we have not only provided written manuals and protocols for our own staff, we have continued to adjust our signage to remind people that you need to wear a mask and maintain safe distancing. And any openings that we have or reopenings that we have proposed have been absolutely consistent with the rules of the health departments, not only of the 2 East Bay counties, but we have been coordinated with other park agencies around the Bay Area and their health departments. So I'm very confident that we are providing the safest possible park experience for visitors and our staff at the same time to look at how we can provide additional recreation and outdoor opportunities for families who have been so stressed by having their own lives impacted greatly by this terrible virus. So I wanted to do that. Today, in an efforts of strategic planning and transparency, I would like Steve Castile to do a short PowerPoint. This is really an incredible effort by all the departments to work together to look at what we can open, when we can open it. Do we have the staffing to open it? Do we have the protocols and PPEs in place to provide additional access to our parks? This is a question that comes up from board members every board meeting, and we are again following to every detail we can. Safety is number one for staff and for the public, and we're very confident that we are I'm extremely proud of what staff has been doing. So this is a longer term view for the board to look at what may open next. And again, emphasizing subject to change, subject to whether infections in the East Bay and in the Bay Area go up or down. This is our plan, but subject to change based on just the health department and any possible outbreak that we see within the staff or within the public in our area. So Steve Castile has been working very hard with Jim O'Connor and other departments, including public safety, to see how we can continue to reopen facilities within the regulations that we are required to follow, adhering to the strongest safety protocols that we can. So Steve, Chief of Operations, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, General Manager.
Welcome, Mr.
Thank you.
Castile.
Thank you very much. Steve Castile, acting for Jim O'Connor, the Assistant General Manager of Operations. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Basically, we'll go into the phased roadmap, functions, reopenings, and services by phase, and then go for the questions. And again, these plans are contingent on the current state of the COVID-19 pandemic and the related state and county public health orders. Additionally, parks may be closed due to critical fire dangers, significant wind condition events, and poor air quality conditions. So these are the projected reopening phases. We broke it down into 4 sections, 1 through 4. We're looking at early November, late November through early December, January of 2021, and then spring 2021 and beyond. And again, all these are based on public health guidelines and based on the viral load of the community. Therefore, these activities may be expanded or shut down according to the health officials as they deem necessary. So on phase 1, we're looking at the water bottle filling stations. We've actually already begun doing the opening of those. So some of the drinking fountains, which have the ability, have a spigot on top and have the drinking or for the water bottle fillers below. We've started opening those. The water bottle filling stations, though, the bubblers or fountains on the top portion are still going to be shut off or bagged to keep the persons away from high touch and the potential for further being a vector for the potential disease or viruses. Today, November 6th, we actually worked very hard with Creative Design Group to come up with the signage on the right-hand side of your screen. We're actually going to be opening the playgrounds, 2 at Lake Temescal, Roberts, Kennedy Grove, Tilden, Miller, Knox Point, Pinole, Wildcat, Martinez Shoreline, and Reinhardt Redwood Park. And then also in addition, for the age of 14 and above, the Lake Chabot exercise equipment over there. If you also take a look onto the sign on the right, it's important to note that we are being consistent with many other park agencies and that we will not be disinfecting the playground structures or providing hand sanitizer for the different areas. We're going to rely on the caregivers and the persons who are utilizing and supervising the children to be doing that for the hand sanitizer. In addition, if you take a look, you're going to be sanitizing the hands before and after use, wear a mask, place 6 feet apart. And then what we also did is we added a QR code on the bottom left of the sign to actually scan for more information on the current California Department of Public Health or CDC information. November 13th, Black Diamond Mines, upper parking lot, Diablo Foothills, Morgan Territory and Round Valley, Sunol Wilderness, the valley floor on that one. And then we'll also be opening our picnic tables that also have the barbecues around there. Although I'd like to note that barbecue use is only allowed by county public health order. And even though it is allowed, we are currently under a burn ban by CAL FIRE. And thus the barbecues will continue to be prohibited until the end of the year or until the burn ban is lifted. Taking a look at November 18th, Ardenwood, we're going to be opening that up by reservation only, very similar to the system that we're currently using at the Tilden Regional Botanical Garden. The system's working out really well over there, so we're going to incorporate it over to Ardenwood as well. And then on November 28th, the opening of the Tilden merry-go-round and steam trains will be contingent on a district review of their COVID operating plans for social distancing compliancy. We're hoping that'll go through, but that's to be evaluated at the end of November. Now we're entering phase 2 in late November, early December. The big items here is the Contra Loma and Shadow Cliffs will be opening, including the main park areas, associated parking and restrooms, and boating. With one exception, Shadow Cliffs, the lake water levels are still really low over there. Typically, we would draft or bring water in from the arroyo, which is adjacent to there, to top off the water levels. But the ability to draft water off of that this year was very limited due to the low rainfall. And so with the transpiration or the evaporation of the water off the lake, the levels are too low for launching regular boats off the dock. What we are going to be able to accommodate, though, are hand launch vessels such as the float tubes, kayaks, or things of that nature. All right, second visitor centers, December 2nd. We're looking at Tilden Nature Area, Environmental Education Center. Tilden Little Farm, we're going to do that one by reservation as well. Crab Cove, we're going to open the McKay parking lot, which has been closed for the duration, also with the visitor center. Coyote Hills, Big Break, and Sunol. We're going to be also adhering to the current local health directives, and currently, which is at about 25% capacity. Moving on into phase 3, January 2021. We'll be taking a look at the Del Val showers based upon the water treatment plant completion. Currently, we are under water rationing over at Del Val right now. So the project is anticipated to be complete by the end of January. In addition, we'll be opening the Ohlone Wilderness Trail as a targeted date again. We'll have to evaluate for safety. Then moving into January 4th, 2021. Beginning of the year, we're looking at resuming normal fee collection operations, fishing permits, day use parking, and dog fees. Spring 21 and beyond, phase 4. March 6th, Black Diamond Mines Visitor Center, Del Val Visitor Center, and indoor rental facilities. So no earlier based on health guidelines. Round Valley in Sunol. Basically both of the backpack areas, just going over there they were damaged during the fires. And so staff is out there currently reviewing those right now and trying to get those up and going as best as they can. Going back to April 1st with the group camping and picnic reservations, no earlier than April 1st. And then spring 2021, Ohlone Wilderness, that's where the backpack camps come in. We're going to evaluate that, try to get those up and going. And then South Park Drive at Tilden, that's their annual opening. Typically that, we close for the winter time for the newt migration. And then in addition to that, we're looking at opening the swim facilities, working with lifeguard services, determining a normal swim season for the dates. But in addition, that'll probably be at a reduced amount, and we're looking into booking those potentially with reservations as well. Then to be determined, Myers Garden. We currently have limited staffing to implement the reservations. We want to operate that in a similar manner as we're currently doing with the Botanic Garden. So that's something that we're currently looking into. Point Pinole with the shuttle services. That usually picks up people from the beginning of the park and transports them over to the pier areas. We're looking into an open air shuttle, similar to a golf cart, which would allow multiple people to be in there at the same time with open air. And then we're targeting that for the reoperation in spring of 2021. volunteer programming, we've had a lot of interest in this one. Currently, we're looking at the policies and practices that we've been doing during the COVID-19. A lot of the volunteers are currently under the vulnerable age groups. We are currently having the cohorts with our staff facilities. And so keeping that as part of the current practices has really helped minimize the chance for incidents of contamination also with other persons that are out there to keep with the social distancing guidelines. And then also no use of shared tools or equipment. So these are just certain things that we have to look and work through. But as soon as we take a look and see potentially when that might be happening, we'd love to get our volunteers, back on board again. All right, and with that, any comments or questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Castile. Any comments or questions? Do you mind taking down the shared?
Absolutely.
Second. Okay. Director Rosario and then Director Lane.
I just wanted to make sure we got this presentation at the COVID task force. And the question I'd asked then was that, and I just want to make sure that a lot of these reservations are free, I believe. Is that still
the reservations for
there's reservations for different sites.
Like Ardenwood.
Like Ardenwood.
Okay, so we have Tiffany Margalisi here to answer the questions for you.
Welcome, Tiffany.
Hi, good afternoon. Tiffany Margalisi, Business Services Manager. So our fee collection for the areas that need reservation will be consistent with what's normally done at that location. So for example, the Botanic Garden is normally free. Therefore, we don't charge for that reservation. At Ardenwood, there is a fee. We are charging the fee. So we're following what we have had as our normal practice, but just allowing people to sign up so that we can manage the crowds.
Great.
Good.
And Director Lane. Thank you, Tiffany. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you so much for this. This will be really helpful for me to have because I am getting calls on all different aspects here. I am really pleased to see that we'll be opening the little farm with reservations. And I totally support us doing all we can to bring people outside and not have them involved in indoor activities without really strict protocols, because that's really the place to worry about. My particular interest is in volunteer programming and in the volunteer safety patrol. One of the things that I see happening is a tremendous number of people in the park, and I am pretty sure that our members of the volunteer safety patrol are all out in the park. However, I don't think they can put their identification on because they are not supposed to be volunteering. And I really think that we should address having them have their monthly Zoom meeting, and set them free to go into the parks as volunteer safety patrol. I appreciate the concerns about ages, for our volunteers. But what I am seeing with my aging friends is a wide disparity in different people who are active and people who are not leaving their house at all. And so I think one of the things we need to do is we need to respect that different individuals will choose to do different things. And it's not up to us to say, oh, well, a lot of our volunteers here are over 65, therefore we will not. Because I think we need to respect what they decide. And I feel very strongly about that. One of the things that's happening with some of my older friends is their children continue to be bossing them around, and they don't appreciate it. And I don't think the park district should be bossing them around either. Nobody wants to get this. I mean, they don't. And, but they're out there hiking with social distance and wearing their masks. And in the case of the Volunteer Safety Patrol, that's, you know, they are doing a real service to us and to our education about how to use the parks. And I'm sure that they will keep the social distance in place. So I appreciate you're really taking a good look at that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was going to say, this is something that, you know, we've been working very closely also with Chief Chaburo and public safety on. Operations and public safety have been really, actually, these have been weekly discussions because we actually do miss our volunteers. And so along the similar thoughts, Chief Chaburo, did you want to mention anything about how the conversations have been going with that?
We can't hear you, Chief Chaburo. You're not on mute, but we can't hear you for some reason. We still can't hear you, but your mute sign's not on. So is it those fancy headsets you got on there?
Good afternoon.
We can hear you now.
Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Can you hear me?
We'll work on that. Thanks for pointing that out. We've been paying close attention to the volunteers. Captain Breed is the supervisor of Heather Gilfillan, who of course runs the Volunteer Trail Safety Patrol. And we have kept them engaged via Zoom meetings. So we are, in terms of our interaction with them, we continue to have those conversations. We think with minimal time, we could activate them. At the same time, out of abundance of caution, because that we would have, they would be under our purview and connected to us in terms of their volunteer capacity. That's why we're waiting before we engage them in the activity. So again, it's we're being very cautious. We do hear you, Director, and we continue to monitor this situation.
So what are you waiting for?
Well, I think the best thing I could tell you, right now is we're not comfortable with the situation that's happening. Both counties may be moving back into the red. And we feel right now this is not the time to have volunteers in the park. We are very cautious with our employees. And right now, in terms of volunteers moving into that color zone is not something with which we're comfortable. If we were to go to a yellow, move more into the yellow zone, that would be something where we would certainly entertain those discussions and strongly consider reactivation. We just think right now, and your point is very well taken, that they're in the parks, but under our purview as volunteers right now, we do not think, we think the threat level is too high, and it's not the absolute best decision now to activate them.
And I will also respond, Director Lane and board members, that while we all agree this is a priority and we will get there, if somebody gets into an interaction, and right now, as you know, in this election, emotions are running high with people. People are looking for arguments, and we do not, like I have instructed public safety and the park rangers in the field, do not get into an argument face to face, even with a mask on, with a citizen who's acting out and refusing to wear a mask. Because part of the volunteer patrol under public safety is to instruct people and educate people on the rules. And we do not want a confrontation. And unfortunately, confrontations are happening in the world we're living in. And so we will get there, Director Lane, but we have to protect, without bossing them, we have to protect both people from interactions, because we are getting interactions and we just have to be careful, especially right now. I'm extremely concerned about both the staff as well as any volunteers until we get through the election and get people to calm down. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jim. Director Rosario had his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to point out that also, I think our volunteers, those that are working are covered by our workers' comp. And I think that's something we needs to be fully looked at as well in the discussion.
I would just like to add, I appreciate the abundance of caution to keep people safe. I do appreciate that. I think I see the district council.
Yes, President Corbett, Carol Victor, District Council. I just wanted to confirm with Director Rosario that our volunteer trail patrol is covered under our workers' compensation policy. So we do have to manage it from look at it through a risk management lens of if there were any potential exposures.
Okay, anything else on that one?
Thank
Any
you.
other, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, Mr. GM. Was there any other comments or questions on the slides for Chief Castile? Okay, Mr.
So
General.
thank you, Steve. I hope the board realizes this is a plan. It is very comprehensive. We really wanted to give both you and the public and the staff an opportunity to see what's coming, recognizing something may change and we may be able to even be in a better position. But a lot of the restrictions we have are based on the staffing safety level. For example, you heard about Myers Garden. We don't usually have staff monitoring access by reservation. In the case of the Little Farm, which everybody wants open, we are going to actually have to physically fence the site with a gate so we can control access. And that work is still having to be done, I believe, Steve. And so we have to control the number of people getting into crowded areas or we're not being responsible. And so, as you know, anybody that's been to the Little Farm knows it gets extremely crowded there. And so we really have to work that out. So some of these things are new adaptations, and I'm just extremely proud and grateful to the staff that they're being so creative and trying to respond to the board, to give people more opportunities to get outdoors, but as safely as possible. And we will continue to monitor what color we're in. We'll continue to make our parks as safe for the staff and for the public as we can, while recognizing how important and essential our parks have been during this COVID. We have had so much response from the public on appreciation for having our parks available. And I really, thanks to everyone, top to bottom, board to staff, how much they've done to do that. It really is remarkable. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question about Black Diamond Mines and the new mine exhibit. I'm assuming that is all completed now. And am wondering what the thinking is to allow people to see that.
So again, on the programming version of that, we're looking at in the springtime to open that up. I think they're still working on a few more items for that. But again, it's to take a look at how many people can be accommodated, working out a plan. And this is during typically their normal closure season. And so when they reopen in the springtime, we should have a plan to move forward so we can accommodate everything for social distancing within the mine itself. And then to make sure that we're adhering to the current guidelines to make everybody safe to the tours.
Is there any way to address the air?
On that one, we actually do have a partial ventilation system that Pat Dedman did develop for there. So the air, it flows from the top down to the bottom in a natural cold air flow. So we do have that currently existing. It's not a forced air system per se, but it does circulate the air through the mine.
All right.
Just the recognition that that is an indoor facility. I mean, it may be a mine, but it's indoors.
Oh, yeah.
And actually that air can actually reverse sometimes depending on the weather. So we monitor that for the mine protocols and safety, but we can get quite a flow of air going out. And if a group's coming in, we're just going to have to really work on that, but we will get there. We're so excited about trying to get that new museum open.
Sounds like it will have a little special handling because of the nature of the cave. mine. Okay, any other issues on that one? Director Waspy, did I see you raising your hand, or you just, no?
No.
Okay, I saw this, I didn't know. Okay, all right, everybody, thank you all very much. Great report, and Steve and Bob, please tell everybody thank you. It's a lot of work putting this together, and a lot of work in reoperationalizing and all the work that goes with that. So thank you so much.
And Jim O'Connor couldn't be here today, and I want to thank Steve for making the presentation, but this is really quite a bit of work across the divisions. Again, I emphasize that. And finally, on behalf of the staff and management of the entire district, I want to congratulate our Director Eccles for her campaign and for her success, and really glad to have you aboard permanently.
Okay, so we're going to take about a 15, at least a 50, let's say a 15-minute break. It is 1:34, so 15 minutes from then, and we will return for the 12 p.m. item. We're about an hour and a half behind right now. So on the Executive Legislative Division, we will return for that item. So 15 minutes. See you all in 15 minutes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Everybody put themselves on mute, please, and stop your video.
Item 2 under Executive and Legislative Division, the resolution changing the start time of our December 1st regular board meeting to 6 p.m. so we can have hopefully more public participation during our budget process. AGM Ocker, is this your item?
Yes, Director Corbett, thank you. Deborah Ocker, Assistant General Manager of Finance and Management Services. And at our Finance Committee meeting last month, the committee members did recommend that we again provide for an evening meeting for our budget process. And it would allow more, possibly more public participation. These budget hearings do need to be noticed, publicly noticed. And so we thought it would create better transparency to bring it forward to the board to take an action before we do a public notice. So the normal start time, as in accordance with the board operating guidelines, is a 1 o'clock start. We are asking the board if they would like to change the December 1st meeting, which is the introduction of the district budget for 2021, to a 6 p.m. start.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions or comments, directors? Director Lane? Uh-oh, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Sign language.
I don't believe that Danville is having its first Tuesday evening regular meeting. And so that at least is not going to conflict with this. I do feel that in the past 2 years we've done this, there has not been much participation. But this year, since we are doing it on Zoom, I think this would be a test to see if we actually do have people who appreciate a 6 o'clock time and want to comment on the budget. And, you know, I think this is a very significant meeting, the first meeting of the budget, as always.
That
So,
sounds like is that a motion to support the resolution?
No, not for
Oh, okay. Director Eccles?
Yeah, I'm happy to move the resolution. I think it is important to encourage public participation as much as possible, and particularly this year, both because of the big budget concerns, but also it is an opportunity for more people to participate. So happy to move the motion.
Thank you very much. We do have a motion. Any further discussion? Director Wieskamp, I saw your hand and I saw Director Rosales. Director
I'm
Wieskamp?
glad to second the motion. I think Beverly's right. It's a good way to try and see with these different circumstances if it works.
Okay. First, a motion and a second. Director Rosario, did you have further discussion?
I was fighting to get into second.
We made it.
Next year. All right. Okay. Everybody good on that? If so, please call the roll on the motion on the resolution to have a start time of 6 p.m. for our December 1st regular board meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Director Wasby.
Aye.
Director Eccles.
Aye.
Director Rosario.
Aye.
Director Wieskamp.
Aye.
Director Coffey.
Aye.
Director Lane. And Madam President Corbett.
Aye.
It's unanimously approved.
Unanimous vote. Thank you. All right. Thank you all very much. And our next item, I know we're going to have a wonderful presentations from our Public Safety Division. Item number 3, presentation and report from our Assistant General Manager of Public Safety on police policies and procedures, Chief Chiburo, and I believe we have Captain Love who will be helping us as well. And I do see the GM's hand. Can't miss that. Mr. GM, please. Uh-oh, you're muted.
We've got a muting problem.
Yeah, some of us are quicker than others. Just wanted to acknowledge that this is a high priority of the board. This is something followed up on the resolution that the board passed, and pleased to have our public safety well represented here today. Just from the standpoint of the district's history, we were one of the first agencies to provide uniform worn cameras very early on, before a lot of public safety agencies did that, and very happy for that leadership. Also that we do have some of the highest credentialed training through CALIA, and we've continued to meet the high standards and policy reviews of that excellent national accreditation. I think it's biannually is when we do that. And so with that introduction, I'm happy to bring forward our Chief of AGM of Public Safety, which not only includes our excellently trained public safety department, but both aquatics and fire as well. It's been quite a year for everyone. And so I want to acknowledge all the work they've done to keep us safe and keep the public safe. So thank you.
Take it away, Chief.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. Well, good afternoon, Madam President, Board of Directors, Mr. Doyle, colleagues, and coworkers, Anthony Chiburo, your AGM of Public Safety, and your Chief of Police. I'd like to thank you for having us here today. And I really wanted to underscore or show my appreciation for some of the comments that were made earlier. When I heard Yolanda speak about her sons, when I heard Anthony speak, actually, I think his name's Tony, but I found Anthony in the directory. It was really important for me to hear that. I think for all of us, more than a chief of a police, but as a father of 2 young boys, to hear him talk about race relations and what goes on and learned behavior. So I think on behalf of public safety, we're very grateful for all of those comments that were made beforehand, because we certainly are listening to that. I'd like to start off by thanking the board of directors. You've been supportive of us throughout the COVID crisis. We went into a police crisis with the murder of George Floyd. We went back to COVID, more into civil unrest and police crisis. So I thank you very much for your unwavering support for the men and women of public safety. Number 2, Mr. Doyle, you've been a great boss, and this is your last police meeting. So I want to thank you for your directives. It's always been be the best professional, proficient, and proactive park police agency we could possibly be. So I thank you for your leadership. And then finally, to the women and men of public safety, and I've said it before, you've been dogged, determined, and on duty throughout this entire time. I've mentioned it several times as a police veteran who really I'm in my 4th decade actually of policing, that I have never seen a more difficult time to do police work in this country. And really with a remarkable command staff and remarkable people in public safety, we've continued to excel. We may have taken our foot off the gas a little bit when COVID hit, but it's back to business at Public Safety. And we feel very strongly we feel very strong regarding our obligations, our moral and ethical obligations as police officers. So I just really want to commend them, the men and women of Public Safety, and also the Police Association for their support.
Thank you, Chief. Very nice.
You're welcome.
All right.
And Captain Love will assist me and start sharing the screen.
Welcome, Captain Love.
So when we look at our police department, we're a medium-sized police department. We're actually in the area of about 73 full-time officers. We've got 19 communications dispatchers, which is a hard job, very difficult job, and 13 professional staff. And that's really what it takes to police all of this. When we take a look at the enormity of the district. Our values, anytime I can get a chance to promulgate these, to inculcate these, I'm going to do it. And our number one priority is safety. We just talked about that. That was a big concern, I know, regarding volunteers, and safety of personnel is absolutely number one. And that extends to our brothers and sisters in the Park District. And then from there, we move on to our patrons. I wanted to point out to the Board of Directors that your approval of that helicopter was very obviously an operational decision, but very symbolic and consistent with safety for our personnel and our patrons. Number two is service. We believe in serving our customers, our clients, our patrons. That service does extend to our fellow divisions in the Park District. We work with them often. We think that's a vital role for us. And we think that commitment to service to other members of the Park District is really what draws the distinction between us and, for example, a municipal agency. And then finally, stewardship. And that's a preservation of the lands for today, tomorrow, and the 22nd century. I love to hear the naturalists say it. They say in perpetuity, and it rolls right off their tongue. But that is just something that is a key part. It's one of our values. We all agree on that as a command staff and as a department. That's a main priority for us. Just to take a look at governance and oversight of public safety, we are a post agency, and that means the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. That's the agency in the state of California that sets forth the regulations for police officers. And of course, we are in full compliance with POST. When I talk about CALEA next, there are certain times where we exceed POST standards, and that is really because of CALEA, and that's testament to what CALEA is. CALEA is the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. We have been fully accredited since 2010. And CALEA came out of the 1970s. There were 4 organizations who founded CALEA. Number one is NOBLE, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. Then we have PERF, the Police Executive Research Forum. We have the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and then the National Sheriff's Association. And CALEA is a third-party look at our organization and a third-party degree of accountability. And CALEA sets the gold standard, and they set the standard to a standard which we must meet. And every year we conduct an audit, and that could be, for example, we must have a lesson plan when we're teaching a class. It could be something regarding evidence where we absolutely have to adhere to standards. It could be something else regarding teaching, and I'll get to that, where we exceed POST standards because of CALEA. So again, CALEA is very important to us. I think it's fewer than 5%. The agencies in the United States are CALEA certified, and we're very proud of that. One other thing about CALEA is that every 4 years we have an on-site, and that means we have a chief of police from another agency come here and take a look at us, and it's a 100% transparent look. That chief this year, Chief St. Clair from Texas, she interviewed people. It was via Zoom, but she'll ask questions. She'll talk to people. I don't get to be part of those interviews. She will also hold a public forum where people can call in and speak to her, not to us, but to her about our police department. So we're very proud of the gold standard, and we're very proud of that transparency, which we achieve via CALEA. Finally, the next step is Lexipol. Lexipol is our policy manual. That is a company which we use, and those are industry accepted best business practices. Lexipol constantly changes, and it constantly adapts to whatever the law changes are. If Sacramento goes 1 or 2 degrees in either direction or changes course, Lexipol is in step with that. I can tell you that the best vote of confidence I can give in Lexipol as a chief of police is, number one, I can tailor it to our own agency. But number two, I have full confidence in Lexipol. I have full confidence in the policies. And maybe the best way to say it is I don't lose sleep over Lexipol. That's how good those policies are. And many agencies use Lexipol. And now I do get on to the final part of this slide, and that's succession planning through the FBI National Academy. We train our officers. They go to schools as part of succession planning. Sergeants do. And when we get to the executive level, we continue to train. And that's via an 11-week intensive international law enforcement school in Quantico, Virginia. So we're very proud of our relationship with the FBI National Academy. The waiting list is 6 years to get into the FBI Academy. We have worked hard with our relationship with the FBI. We have 2 of our command officers scheduled to go, hopefully within the next 2 years. Of course, COVID shut the academy down, and there are 250 per academy, 4 times per year. So as soon as that opens back up, we'll be looking to get our final remaining command officers who have not attended into the FBI NA. Very important to talk about training and what we're doing in terms of what type of agency we are. Procedural justice. Procedural justice is a contact from start to finish, and it's how we handle that contact. And imagine a contact that will result in an arrest. And that contact really needs to be fair and transparent, and it has to include the 4 tenets of procedural justice. And those 4 tenets are trust, neutrality, voice, and respect. Again, looking at a contact and treating it the most professional way possible. We have had training through post. All agencies were required to do that. We continue training, and we're going to do that every year, despite the post requirement that it was a one-time training, and then we were going to move on to other things. Crisis intervention training. This is really derived from SB 29 from Senator Bell out of the San Jose area. All field training officers need to have 40 hours of training. It's 8 hours for the regular officers. So all of us are in compliance with crisis intervention training. And that's really about someone who's in crisis. It's an immediate problem that we're faced, and it's derived out of an emotional situation. It could be alcohol, it could be drugs, it could be a mental health issue. And we want our officers trained at a level where they can handle that immediate short-term issue in the field. And these connect. This is part of procedural justice. This connects with that contact and our ability to interact with someone. Next is de-escalation. And I steal this from Chief Tiley. This is in a sense managing the fuel load. This is reducing the intensity of a situation. And the goal of de-escalation is zero force. The idea is to go to a contact and try to reduce it to a point where there is no force used in a situation to the best of our ability. And I'll talk more about de-escalation. AB 392, this is landmark legislation. This redefines the circumstances under which a police homicide is determined justifiable. And the most obvious example I can give you, and one of the most difficult examples would be the shooting in San Leandro recently in a Walmart about a month and a half ago. And DA Nancy O'Malley filed charges on that officer. And she's obviously looking at that situation through the lens of AB 392. You see on the screen, Rains, Lucia, and Stern. Mike Rains, that's his law firm. He taught that class to all of our field training officers and all of our command officers. That's a class we went to recently. That's an extra to our class. I got to see it with my command officers from a command level view, and then we also got to go to the class. And I went to the class with some of our sergeants and some of our officers. So that was an excellent explanation of these new laws. And it's not only applicable at the highest level. I gave you the example of a shooting, for example, but it comes down to all use of force that we use. And it does include de-escalation as part of that law change. Implicit bias training district-wide. And of course, that's courtesy of HR brought that forward. And we've all gone through that training. That's a 4-hour class. And then finally, bias-based post-training. That's something we do annually. This is an example of a CALIA standard, which says we must do this annually. The gold standard for bias-based training is every year. I think post is every 5 years requires that. Bias, of course, means whatever we bring to the situation. It's our stereotypes, it's our experience, it's whatever we've collected at human beings. And we come back to that point of contact in procedural justice. We're bringing somebody to that contact that could affect it, and we don't realize it. And that's the importance of bias-based post-training. It's a personal awakening into how we could treat somebody differently. Let's take a look at the summer. A difficult summer, obviously just tragic with the murder of George Floyd. And the Attorney General of the state of California, Javier Becerra, he obviously was monitoring these events. He had experience coming out of the Stephon Clark shooting in Sacramento and the report which Sacramento PD did after that. On a related note, I had the privilege and honor to be in a room with Daniel Hahn, the chief of Sacramento, for about an hour, and he lectured on that. And what AG Becerra is bringing, and he is the chief law enforcement officer in the state, he's bringing that perspective. He's looking at the 8 Can't Wait campaign, which were 8 recommendations coming from organizations regarding law enforcement. And he came up with his 9 recommendations. And again, California law enforcement agencies advised to adopt 9 key reforms. Now, we were in compliance with 8 out of 9 before he issued this advisement. And that's because we had struck the carotid restraint prior to that. When we suspended our canine program, we became 100% in compliance. And a key point to understand, and this is via CALIA and via Lexipol and via Post, is all of these topics, they're technical police topics. And we were in, when I say compliance, meaning we have these in our policy manual. They are codified in our manual. Intervention is, requiring de-escalation is, deadly force, those policies are all in the policy manual. And now I'll go through those step by step and try to give a good explanation of them for you that's not too technical. Duty to intervene. The big example I can give you of this would be the George Floyd incident. Someone is doing something to another human being that's wrong. It is absolutely not in policy, and it's a criminal act, excuse me. And people are standing there not doing anything. And that's why this policy says intervene when force is clearly beyond what is objectively reasonable in order to prevent it, and promptly report to a supervisor. That's what the duty to intervene is. The AG is recommending that. We have that in our policy. And on the bottom, my command staff felt, and kudos to them, that it was very important to underscore this. The department respects the value of all human life and dignity without prejudice to anyone. That's in our policy manual. Let's take a look at the carotid restraint and chokehold. We never had the chokehold as part of our policy. I taught arrest and control for 5 years in the 90s at the Police Academy in the South Bay, and we never taught that. Nonetheless, when Governor Newsom ordered Post, and there's Post again, the governing body, when he ordered them to decertify, to no longer support the teaching of the carotid restraint, we struck that immediately. Within 24 hours, we had that out of our policy. And I mentioned that that was prior to the AG issuing his directive. So that is out of our policy. And I know we had some positive discussions, I think, with President Corbett regarding the policy manual and updates and other things. Required de-escalation. And I talked about this. We are going to do additional de-escalation training. We have a lateral officer who came to us. I've talked about lateral officers in the labor task force. I think I've mentioned it multiple times. And that's for Lieutenant Kocher, who's my subject matter expert, who's here with me today. And he has a follow-up presentation. But that's really significant that we've attracted and employed who's now going to teach an in-house class on this. So de-escalation, the process of using strategies and techniques intended to decrease the intensity of a situation. We're trying to reduce the intensity. And again, the objective is to use zero force. Supervisory oversight and responsibilities. Supervisors must ensure that this is part of what we do, and they need to ensure that it's documented. Post-certified training, I've talked about that. We've all had training in de-escalation, and we will do more as a department. Proportionality. Again, this is in our policy manual. The AG is advising law enforcement officers to ensure they have this in their manual. Do things make sense? That's proportionality. Let's look at the totality of the circumstances, and does the force used reasonably appear necessary? I think one of the biggest examples I can give you of this was UC Davis. And this is maybe 5, 15, 10 years ago, when all the people are protesting on the roadway. And the lieutenant walked up and he used OC spray, pepper spray, and he sprayed them all. That was not in proportion. That's an intermediate level of force being applied to people who are nonviolent. So again, proportionality, only force reasonably believed to be proportional to the seriousness of the suspected offense or perceived level of actual or threatened resistance. And proportionality is really a sense that we get when we examine a use of force incident. We're really looking for proportionality. That's one of the key factors amongst others which we examine when we look at use of force. Canine use. I mentioned that. We've suspended our canine policy. The canine policies are technical in terms of how the dog is used, and then of course how the policy is in terms of application. The Attorney General is recommending that the dog find and bark the person. So in other words, if the dog is sent into a building, the dog will locate the suspect, bark, alert the officers that they found the suspect. The current canine, or the policy we had before, like many agencies, was find and bite. So we've suspended that policy. We're doing an audit right now. My command staff is reviewing that. We're listening. We've had a conversation with the PA. We had a conversation with them last Friday, which included a presentation, this presentation, and we're examining different ways that we can use those canines under the guidelines of the Attorney General. Shooting at moving vehicles. So there's a couple key factors here to start with. Number one, we want to encourage officers to get out of the way. If they're in a situation, in or around a vehicle, or maybe possibly next to it, get out of the way, create some distance. Number two, we do not shoot to disable a motor vehicle. The biggest example I can give you are two large examples of when an officer would shoot at the person driving the vehicle. We have Nice, France, Bastille Day 2016. Someone's driving a vehicle through a festival. That is just astounds me every time I look the numbers up. Almost 90 people killed, almost 500 injured. And there is a situation where an officer could legally consider not shooting to disable the vehicle, but disabling the driver. And then the other one I have here, it says only allowed if no other reasonable means to avert the threat exist, or if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at officers or others. So deadly force other than the vehicle could be someone in the vehicle who's activating a firearm, who's shooting at someone. This connects with the next slide, which is deadly force is a last resort. So officers, the policy here for an officer to use deadly force would be an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury, for any felony that threatened or resulted in serious bodily injury, and a reasonable belief, if not immediately apprehended, will cause serious bodily injury or death. And this is our policy. This is in compliance with the Attorney General. It was in compliance when he issued his directive. Comprehensive reporting, use of force. So there's some key factors here which indicate how the profession has really moved forward. Number one, police report including factors perceived and why force was necessary. This is something that was always in police reports. And this is something that I was trained in when I was in the police academy in 1989. The difference is we want articulated all attempts to de-escalate. We want to know, how did the officer try to de-escalate that situation? And de-escalation is very important. We talk about it often. When I have my virtual staff meetings, I'll often go to my command staff and say, what would you like to talk about? What is a theme for me? And to credit to my command staff, they will often say, de-escalation, chief, talk about de-escalation. So we promulgate de-escalation, we praise de-escalation, and we keep it as a positive topic. It's positive as part of what we do. We've even modified our awards so that we can give an officer an award for de-escalation. And then finally, regarding reporting, incident review form and chain of command review. Every single use of force ends up on my desk. And we go down to the conference room right behind me. We have a discussion. We put it up on, we can view the body-worn camera, and we take a close look at every single one of these. Verbal warnings. Officers must make reasonable efforts to identify themselves and warn deadly force may be used, unless the subject is objectively aware. And we're seeing that. Fortunately, we haven't had a situation like this at the highest level, but what we're seeing at the lower levels of force here is that communication. Officers talking to people, trying to tell them not to do something. They're doing their best to communicate. On the higher level, you'll see that on a national level. For example, a shooting, they're difficult to watch, but you'll hear officers say, don't do it. You'll hear them say, drop the knife. You'll hear them do whatever they can to communicate. You'll also see that identification of officers as police officers, even though they're in uniform. There's one from Seattle recently where there's a person carrying a torch near Denny Park. And the first contact the officer makes, the officer's in uniform, in a patrol car, he gets out of the car and says, Seattle Police. That's important. That communication is important. And these all go back together to that point of contact, to crisis intervention training, to trying to de-escalate. It all connects. I'm going to conclude with this slide, and this goes back to today's presentation. And I think the most important thing I can say about this is confidence. Is as a chief of police with an excellent command staff, I have great confidence in my officers and in my sergeants and my communication staff and everyone else as we move forward in this uncertain time. And one of the biggest items of confidence I can take is we have adopted all of these, and we are actively engaged in discussions and training pertaining to every single one of these. I can look at one of these and pick out training. I can think of an example which we've discussed. So in conclusion, I thank you very much for listening to our presentation today. And I really, again, want to thank the men and women of public safety, my command staff, and the Police Association.
Thank you very much, AGM Chaburo and Captain Love and Chief, all those titles. Very much appreciate this presentation, and I think I will just open it up if anybody has any questions or comments they would like to make. We, of course, certainly also appreciate all of the men and women who have been on the front lines in very difficult times over the last several months, and we do know how hard you've been working 24 hours and dealing with circumstances that are even more trying than regularly. So thank you all, and please tell the men and women of the force how much we appreciate them.
We'll do
and value
you're most
them.
welcome. You're most welcome, and thank you again to Captain Love, Captain Breed, and also I have Lieutenant Kocher who's here. They're ready if I need some help. Yes. Okay.
I don't see them on my screen,
Okay.
otherwise I would recognize
Okay.
them. Thanks all for being here. Okay, anybody like to start out with any comments or questions about the policy? Yes, Director Wieskamp and then Director Lane.
I very much appreciate the professionalism of our police force. I really appreciate having a chief who seems to get what modern circumstances are. and that de-escalation is of vital importance to all of us and to all the people who come and use our parks. I think we know we need police, but we want them to be well-trained and able to handle any situation in a very positive manner. And I think you and the staff do that. And so as a member of the board, I appreciate your standards.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Wieskamp. Director Lane. Oops, don't forget your.
Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it. And I have been going on our website and looking at the police website. And there is a lot of information there. I went to the policy manual. I did not read the policy manual. It was a long document, right? So what I'm wondering about is you talked about the Lexipol policy manual. How does that relate to the manual that you are following as officers?
So Lexipol is our policy manual. And what we do is we purchase Lexipol from a company. So that is our manual. That is what we use and to guide us. Those are our policies. Now, it's a very interesting question you ask. Larger departments, San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, New York, they create their own manual and they type all the policies and they have embedded in-house counsel. We buy that from Lexipol. So what you're seeing is the Lexipol manual. And then we will make adjustments to that. If we feel, for example, our pursuit policy is more rigid than Lexipol, we have it clear in our pursuit policy, we will not chase for a property crime. If there's a burglary in the park and we see a vehicle and we get behind that vehicle and that's the suspect and we attempt to stop them and they take off, we stop and we go back and continue the investigation. So that is our manual and we purchase it from Lexipol. If we have something, especially a low frequency event, but high probability of perhaps a high event that could be problematic in terms of the effect of that event, we will always check with district council. If it's a minor change or something that we feel is not of significance, we can change it. Any other changes will go through district council, although we don't make many of those.
Thank you. Anyone else? Director Rosario?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, having worked 37 years in the field, I'm just wanted to reiterate what my colleagues have said, that extremely proud to have worked side by side with our police officers and very proud of the department and what you've all accomplished and continue to do. And I just want to thank you for that. Just some questions regarding Lexipol. This actually is probably a question for Carol Victor. How come these policies aren't approved by the board of directors?
We can't hear you, Carol.
So these are, it's typical for police policies and procedures to be administratively done, and they change so often that the practicalities of bringing it before the board would make it extremely difficult. And most of the policies are really just about police. There's a few significant policies, obviously, which the chief just reviewed, but many of the policies are just routine, being a police officer, the profession, that type of thing. And it's just not something we would before the board.
Would it be a burden to, if there's any significant changes, to have it reported to the board on a as needed basis?
I think doing that's actually would be a good idea in terms of our desires to be transparent, which is those changes get posted to our website, but there's no reason we can't notify the board of directors of those changes as well. So if you had questions, you would have an opportunity to reach out to staff.
Okay, great. And then I've approached Chief Chubura about this before, but has there been any changes to our policy regarding how we deal with immigration, contacts with people with immigration issues?
No changes there, and I'm going to lean on Captain Love a little bit, but we have not had any changes of which I'm aware.
Thanks, Chief. Captain Love, Support Services. This is a prudent example of where we go above Lexipol. We actually, in working with the board and district council, actually wrote some of our own policies so that it's reflective of what the board wants. And that is a change that if it is suggested, we do not accept, and we keep our own language that we've entered.
Director Rosario, if I may, the law changed considerably in California. I think it was AB 52, I want to say.
SB 54.
SB 54. So, and I think that the law was trying to cover a lot of ground across all of California with different policing philosophies, and the result was a very complicated policy. And I think we've done more to simplify that.
Great.
And I think, if I may, what district council to which she's referring, and also Captain Love, is we have a section in there in the beginning, and thank you, Captain Love, for reminding me about that states our overall philosophy. And I think that's real important, because I can tell you we lean on district council heavily when it comes to there's U.S. code and other things in there, and actually the law to which you're referring, the state law, actually cleaned that up and made that easier, I think, for everyone. But we do have an overall statement there, which is very important, because it differentiates us.
Great. And then regarding the canines, so when I was talking with Sergeant Segata, they weren't sure if dogs could be retrained to go from find and bite to find and bark. So what are we looking at?
Well, I'll be frank with you. I'll start with I have a strong command staff, and we have discussions about this. I've got 32 years in policing, and I spent 5 years in the 90s in some units, and we had dogs attached to us. So I have a little bit of familiarity to it. And what we're looking at, frankly, is my decision with the support of my command staff as to whether or not the use of canines are consistent with a park agency. And if we cannot adapt and make that consistent, we will not, with the current dogs, then that will be very difficult to continue with them. I have confidence in the discussions that I've had regarding off leash and on leash and attempting to retrain them, but I'm very resolute about how canines should be used and regarding the park district. And I can tell you, in the future, we will move to a different type of model, perhaps search and rescue, perhaps a therapy dog or a comfort dog. Again, it's about what works best to the park for the park district. So this modification is for the current 2 dogs that we have, and then from there we will make a change of course after the life of those dogs, the serviceability of those dogs.
Great, I appreciate the discussion. And then regarding if you can walk me through a scenario, heaven forbid we have an incident where we have a shooting, an officer involved shooting. Kind of walk me through once if an incident happens, how soon is who reviews camera footage? When does it get released? And then if it's a highly profiled case, who has ultimate not jurisdiction?
You're talking about who reviews that and determines whether or not.
And is there Yeah, if you could just walk me through
Sure.
that.
So we'd have an incident, and first we want to make sure, obviously, safety is number one, and that's safety for everyone involved, whether that's medical aid or securing the scene. Officers are trained to do that. That's the first thing they do, whether it's for a fellow officer or the person whom they've shot. They make sure they have medical aid. They will secure the scene because we have to preserve the evidence there. And once they've done that and ensured for safety, then at the same time, protocols are being activated. And we do have protocols with each county. They're slightly different. So if it's in Alameda County or in Contra Costa County, of course, will be different. That activates the district attorney's office. They will have investigators respond. Those investigators are Contra Costa County is more on the side of a joint investigation. Alameda County is more on an observation side. And of course, we can consult with them. And on those response teams, we'll include attorneys that will come out and they gather all the evidence there. So we've stabilized the scene, we've ensured for safety, we have the duplicate process in a sense with the detectives from the district attorney's office who are responding, and then they gather all the evidence. The interview, the best business practice now is sometimes they'll wait to interview the officer. It depends on the hopefully the officer's not hurt and in the hospital. And then but it depends on the mental state of the officer when they will do that interview. Then we would do if it's in our jurisdiction, we would do that interview of the officer with that oversight from the district attorney's office. Then we take all that evidence and we send that to the district attorney. And in the case I gave you, and a very difficult case, it's the case at the Walmart, then it's up to the district attorney to make that decision whether or not, in accordance with AB 392, that shooting was justifiable. And that's if that was that language I gave you about a police homicide, determining whether or not it was justifiable. So the DA will look at that. We ultimately are required to release body-worn camera footage under, I believe it's 1421, if I have that right, one of the new bills that came out of Sacramento. And actually what we find is a best business practice for community relations, for media relations, that it's better to release that body-worn camera because in the interest of transparency. And when people feel there's a lack of transparency, it erodes trust and it creates anxiety and in some cases anger. So that would be a process we would go through depending on the incident, depending on the what are the other factors around it. Sometimes there's a little bit of delay if there's concern about the safety of the officer, and we'll go through all that and then we'll make that decision as to when that timing is exactly right to do that for release of the body-worn camera footage.
Great. So it sounds like Alameda County and the district attorney has purview. That's good to know.
Well, they are the ultimate authority. It'd be Nancy O'Malley to the south, and to the north it would be Dinah Beckton, and those are the two, and they will examine that and they will make that decision. Now, ultimately, it would come back to us administratively once and I'm getting a little technical here, but once the criminal case is done, then it would return to us to conduct an administrative examination of that use of force. And I talked about that in comprehensive force reporting. That case too would come up the chain of command and would result in a discussion with my command staff regarding that. And also district council and is part of that as well, especially on a case like that.
Great. And then I think my last question is regarding equipment. There's interest in demilitarizing police, and I just wanted to know, I think, what do we stock tear gas or?
So we currently have that. And the reason why we have that is because officers are trained in that in the academy. So we have to bring that for training so they can use it, and they're trained in that. We do have tear gas. I cannot see that would have to be a command officer would have to authorize the use of that. I just could not see the use of that in the parks. We've had many discussions about that, and looking at the reasons why tear gas is used in demonstrations, which by the way, a technical part of this is that this 2020 in terms of the not only the civil unrest, not only the horrific things that we've seen, whether it's Minneapolis or Atlanta, but the force used against police officers, the improvised explosive devices being thrown at police officers, the laser pointers that are being pointed in the eyes of officers. So the game has changed in terms of the intensity in this country in terms of violence directed against police officers. That being said, we feel strongly that we don't foresee circumstances in the parks where we would deploy tear gas, where we pay very close attention to what's going on. We have officers who are dedicated to liaison with the Criminal Information Center in San Francisco. We put out those bulletins. We have a particular interest in intelligence due to critical infrastructure. Obviously, safety is number one of our personnel, but we're concerned about water, and dams and other things. But I can tell you, tear gas in the parks would be I just can't foresee it. And every time I talk to my staff about it, we go through these scenarios, and I just don't see that. We certainly, as I said, we have that as part of our agreement with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office or whatever police academy. We could be to the north in Contra Costa County's academy. Now we're to the south in Alameda County, and we provide that because they're required to be trained in that in the academy.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate your leadership and the support of your officers. I think we are in a good place, but I would ask to look at policies or some for that you could set yourself and for Captains Breed and Love, think about setting some of these things in stone, like so that the people that come behind you don't do away with those or make it difficult to change some of that progressive, I feel, progressive policies. So thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Understood, and you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rosario. Director Eccles.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. And thank you, Chief, for your report. Very helpful. And I also wanted to especially thank you for your quick response following the horrific murder of George Floyd and other Black people. I appreciated how quickly you moved to amend and update the police manual here at the Park District. I thought that was absolutely critical. So thank you for taking leadership on that. I also appreciate all the information on the website. I think that's very helpful for us and for the public. I'm curious, what other types of public reporting do you all do? I know you've got information on the website about internal affairs investigations, which I think is helpful, but are there other public reports that you all do or reports that you make to CALEA or organizations like that?
I'm going to defer to Captain Love. He's my website expert.
Good afternoon, Captain Love, Support Services. We do some reporting as part of our CALEA process. I do not believe that they are on the website, but they are done annually and is part of the CALEA process. And we can, I can get you a list of the annual reports that are done.
Okay, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Is that it, Director Eccles? Anything else?
For me, yeah, just thank you all for your good work and appreciate your responsiveness and your progressive thinking.
Great. Thank you. Director Lane.
A couple things. One, I do remember when we started using cameras and the discussions about it, because people often don't think about the fact that those cameras turned on in an interaction are a protection for the officer as well, because people that they are talking to can later on claim something and it's recorded on the camera. And there were some interesting stories about that at the time. So I think it's interesting that in some police forces, they don't like, they turn their camera off. they don't like to have that show the interactions, but it's a protective thing in both directions as far as I can see. And then I have a suggestion for the future, and it's partly has to do with both of your, both Dee and Elizabeth questions about reporting. I think myself that within the district, we don't really take advantage of having the police do a report to executive committee. And there are major changes in the policy that come that I think board members would like to know about. And there are incidents of some significance that the board members would like to know about. And I just think there should be the expectation that twice a year or after something major, as things happen this summer, it would be important to normally just bring a report to the board. And it doesn't need to be the entire board, because one of the things that happens is we get minutes and we can listen in if we want to executive committee. But I think that I don't believe we've done that as much as we might. And since our police force is doing such a good job, I would like them to share that with us, and also to let us know when there are major changes. These 9 key reforms, for example, that would be something that I think should go and be reported on, and not necessarily to the level of all 7 of us, but at least to the executive committee. And I think that I would feel a lot better about it if we had something systematically like that set up.
Can do.
Director Lane, I think that's a great idea. Just a matter of a process. This was originally scheduled for the executive committee after all the social unrest and our updates, and the board expressed an interest in having a broader review to the full board. But more than happy to have public safety come to the executive committee when the board feels necessary, but have it on a regular basis.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily know when that time would be. So, we can leave it up to you as to what you think you would like us to hear. And then we are able to respond to questions that come to us from the public.
And I would suggest it's probably good to institutionalize that once a year or a date certain, otherwise it can fall through the cracks. So there may be times when you want more or more frequently because of what's happening, a major incident in the district or something like that, or a new law change. But I'm just concerned that if we don't formally say once a year at this time of day, we're going to have an executive committee report for public safety, they sometimes don't happen otherwise. So I think something we will bring forward.
I think that you want me to, I can just one comment of, thank you. One follow-up on that. Thank you, Director Eccles, would be that the suggestion that Mr. Rosario made regarding policy updates, some of that can be it can be mundane. And I think that certainly that's not something that we are not trying to it's not, we're 100% transparent, but it could be inclusive in that report. We could say, these are some key policy updates pertaining to perhaps SB 29 when that came out, AB 392, and then the other ones certainly are available to you, but we could try to maximize your time in the presentation. And of course, the other thing, and I know that we worked with District Council Carol Victor on, and I know President Corbett had questions regarding the carotid restraint. When was that update going to come out? Where are the updates? So maybe we could achieve part of that on the website, but we could try to tailor it to you so that you're getting something that really is substantial within the purview of being progressive, within the purview of being a professional agency, versus I'm trying to think of something really mundane that comes out that we're changing something from, sometimes we're changing a preposition, we're changing sentence structure in the policy, and maybe we could streamline that for you.
Director Eccles?
Yeah, I think clearly the work that you do is significant enough that an annual report to the board makes sense, and we should institutionalize that. I think when there are, perhaps if there's reporting on specific incidents or smaller policy changes, then perhaps that's appropriate to go to the executive committee and there's some discretion there. But I think something like this annually would make a lot of sense for the full board.
Yes. All right.
Either way, from the general manager's office, we're fine with that if it's a report to the full board, but I do think it's good. Just a reminder that in the GM communications, we alternate between operations and public safety on updates of actual incidents in the park. That's different than policy, but those incidents usually elicit a comment from a board member is like, well, we'd like to know more about that, or what are we doing? And so that's an opportunity to review what our procedures were at that time as well. So I think an annual review is a great idea. It's up to the board to decide if they want the full board or executive committee.
Chief?
I would say that is consistent with recommendations that my staff are making, those type of recommendations regarding increased reporting requirements and just best business practices to keep everyone aware of what we're doing in the division.
Director Wieskamp?
I would opt for a full board presentation. I think we're all going to be interested. That's ongoing. That's not going to go away. If some interim things come up, it could go to executive.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's, first of all, I appreciate the idea of normalizing reports. An annual report would be wonderful. And the annual report we don't mind mundane, by the way.
We have a lot of it.
Okay.
we have plenty of that. And I don't mean that in a bad way. We're very interested in everything that's going on. And I do think an annual report would be a really great thing. And I do think to the full board is really important. I do think this is a conversation for another day, but sometimes things that are really important from a public standpoint, they don't always get shared with the full board. And I think that's really helpful. I think that would be great. And it's a great opportunity to shine, talk about awesome things we're doing, the fact that we're proactive in many ways, and all the great work of the people in safety are doing. You know, I get to listen in on EOC, so once a week I get to hear things, but it would be nice to have even more information. And I also think it's important because, as I think it was Beverly pointed out, people ask us questions all the time about what's going on in the Park District and all types of issues, because we're your little ambassadors out there everywhere. And it doesn't feel good when we have to say, I don't know. So sharing information with us is great, because then we're able to share it with the public as well. And we appreciate doing that, because we like to tell the good story of what we're doing. So in any event, any other questions, comments? I have a few more. Yes, yes, Director Coffey.
Speaking to your point about questions that we frequently get from our public, and to tee up an issue for board discussion at a later date, likely in connection with our annual budget presentations. Excuse me. There have been calls we're all aware of for policing agencies to look at their police budgets and consider reallocations of funding to your police operations, to other efforts that could meet some of the community needs out there, particularly social services or mental health services and such. And with that in mind, and with Deborah Ocker's help, I thought, it'd be nice to be able to answer the question, what percentage of your operating budget is for your police department? And we figured out it's a little under 15% of operations. This excludes the fire department. Normally, when we look at that budget, public safety is one budget that comes to us. So I asked Deborah to break it down a bit, and it landed a little under 15%. So, juxtapose that to where these loud interests are being raised. It's generally the large municipalities where the police department is often 50% of their budget. And they do have substantial social service operations in which you can really look at those budgets and look and figure out what maybe isn't absolutely necessary on this side of it and put it into this side of it. And it's something that's reasonable, and a lot of jurisdictions are doing that. Ours is very discreet and fairly simple to look at, and so we can do that during the budget review process. But it's the size of it in terms of our overall operations just isn't that large. It isn't that big a bite out of what we do. To provide basic policing for the protection of our customers and for the protection of the parks themselves. And it's going to be tough to do that type of review with an eye toward trying to find actual reallocation. And we're in a position now where the need for enforcement is on the rise, both because of volume of park visitors that we're all aware of. That's a very unique time we're going through, and the demand on just the volume demands on our parks and our operations is huge, and no doubt will continue at this very high level. And with that come a large degree of enforcement issues, where we've always had enforcement issues. They're just compounded, and unfortunately, a new phenomena is being seen at all levels of park services, both at the national level, state level, local level, and that is a significant amount of people behaving badly. And the literature just right now that we all get is full of that, and hopefully that gets better over time. But I'm just teeing all of this up for my colleagues to have in mind when we do look at our budget and how these issues will play and how they will land on us, the context that we look at our police budget in. Thanks.
Okay, Director Waspy, did I see your hand up?
Yeah. Although Robert, is that urgent, Robert?
Oh, sorry, you do have your hand up.
Just in
Mr.
response to Director Coffey, just a reminder, we have another item on recruiting, and we have really focused, and it's been one of my priorities, is to rebuild the public safety department after a lot of boomer departures, but also after the Great Recession. And so I have been bullish on actually over hiring, because what we find out is people in the academy take a long time to get through there. Then they have their training period. And I don't think everybody is aware that we're in a situation, particularly with the later shifts in parks, that our public safety is asked to close the gates in a park, and it's frequently after dark, and it's frequently one lone officer who's patrolling that beat in that area. And I've always had concerns, and I've heard these concerns expressed, especially by some of our newer officers, that we're out there in some pretty big dark spaces in the middle of nowhere in our parks, and frequently we get somebody who's still in the parking lot that shouldn't be there and maybe doing something that is not a regular park use. And so I really have been very strong about trying to get the staffing full in public safety. And it's very different because we don't allocate those positions per park like we do with park rangers and people in the field in the parks. We allocate them by area. So they're covering a really big area, and they're on the road a lot, but they're frequently out in very remote areas. And if they come upon an incident, they're relying really on local police for backup. And so those relationships and that stretch of staffing is something we really need to consider as far as exactly what Colin said about people acting poorly. And sometimes they do that in possession of things that are dangerous. And so I just want the board to be aware that part of the effort I have made to add additional staff every year in the budget is not just to add the numbers, but we end up with spaces where there's hardly anybody there to cover it. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Waspy.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Chief, for your great presentation, and thank you to the men and women of your department for their adaptability in these changing times. And I really, really appreciate your emphasis on the safety, service, and stewardship. And you keep reiterating that, and you keep reiterating respect. And I think you really translate these ideals into policies, and I truly appreciate that. I guess a question I would have, and it's a softball question, I think I know the answer, is probably as a police department, you have these ideals and these great policies. Do they trickle down through the fire department and into the lifeguard services?
So thank you, and I appreciate what you said. They do, and I think it's although the dynamics are so different, and I would say this, that it depends on exactly what it is. I also may talk about safety and service and stewardship, but I may talk about something that I attributed to Mr. Doyle, and something that he and I have talked about, of being professional and proficient. So it could sometimes not be the words, but just actually the demands for professionalism, the demands that we're proficient. I can give you an example where our fire department went somewhere recently, and and I'm cautious what I say about other departments, but let's just say that our face mask compliance is really high, and it was very noticeable. So I think that in general, when we're talking about seeping down in terms of or getting down the chain of command, we are seeing those directives, those things about safety, the service component, although the dynamic is different for law enforcement. And again, it's kudos to my staff here, because I see that coming back in the evaluations, but the concept of stewardship is something that we're working very hard on. And we're trying to make it clear that to an officer that's part of your job. You're at a park district, and we're trying to recruit people for that. So I think it is embraced there, although I'm grateful for my employment at the district because of learning so much about lifeguards and learning so much about fire. So I would say yes to that, but at the same time, they interpret that a little differently. The fire department, if they're in fuels management or they're driving down, I'm thinking of the 10 Hills Trail, they're going down the trail here. Stewardship is I think some of those are intrinsic to what they do. For the police department, we're increasing the intensity of that value. And I don't think your question was actually a softball question. I think you asked a very good question, and that's a heavy duty leadership question, and we're doing the best we can with that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before I jump in? Okay. Thank you very much. Chief, I want you to know, and all of the rest of your command staff and all of your rank and file to know how appreciative I was, and I'm sure the whole board was, to hear that we had acted so quickly to outlaw the chokehold with our department. I think it was a good moment for all of us. So thank you so much. We appreciate that. And I know our department is known for being innovative and proactive as well in so many ways. The hour is late, so I won't go on, but I will at some time if you'd like me to. But we appreciate that. And I have a couple of more broader questions, but I also want to say I so appreciate, I don't mean this as negative to other local departments, but it's such a good thing to know that if your car, I'll just give the specific example, if your car gets broken into while you're parked at one of our parks, we have a full department that will look into that will listen to you, allow you to put in a report, respond and track down all the evidence to, find the culprit and, hopefully put an end to that. So I think that that's something that maybe we just take for granted. But, anyone who's been a victim of a car break-in in other jurisdictions, that some of those departments don't have the same resources we have. And I think that's an example of something that we do and we do very well, one of the many things we do very well. And I just want to say that that's important. And so glad that we do that, because it's a very lonely thing when you call a department and they go, oh, just put it in online and we don't even know if we'll get to that. And I don't mean that as derogatory, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about. And we appreciate that. And it's very important to the type of use we have of our parks. Your car is often parked someplace for a while, and it might be in a remote area. So in any event, thank you for that. And that's an example of a way we invest our dollars. And I think it's important and supported by all of us.
That's good to know. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think we want you to get rid of that. So, and then a couple of other just overarching issues. Thank you again for presenting these 9 important key reforms. But it brought some questions to my mind. If we are in a joint response, or we're called up to help another agency, or we respond to some incident and there's other jurisdictions involved, whose policies and procedures, how does that work? Whose rules count in that situation?
So a couple things is that our officers have to stick to our policies. Those policies stay with them wherever they go. And then also there's the laws of the state of California and the laws of post. One of the biggest examples let me start with, if it's an emergency situation and we arrive to help, our policies still come into play. And that would be, for example, duty to intervene is there. They still must write a report as to what they see. And in general, when they arrive at something like that, they take care of whatever that problem is. And I can't think of a circumstance where something falls out of the parameters of what our policies would be. Where it gets really technical, to answer your question, is what's going on right now in Oakland. There's a court order against the Oakland Police Department regarding the use of chemical agents and other types of devices. Now, we wouldn't answer a mutual aid call and first off and go to Oakland and bring those things. That's not what we would do. And so we wouldn't fall into that. And I'm very careful about that because of that court order, and all the chiefs of police in Alameda County are paying very close attention to that. Where our officers are assigned and where we have a mutual aid agreement, so we have a contract, is with in Contra Costa County, where they're members of the Mutual Aid Mobile Field Force. So that's an example where they're deployed with the sheriff's office. I sign a contract every year. We have very, our regulations really are not to overuse the word mutual, but there's nothing there that I would look in there that I would consider out of the ordinary, inconsistent with our policy. So I think it depends on the situation, and it depends if you're in something like Oakland is right now, where they are under a specific, I've gone over this with Rachel Sater, and she's done her best to tutor me on this. They're under an injunction right now. And that is territory where an agency must be very careful. Nonetheless, we wouldn't respond to Oakland with tear gas. That's not what we do. We would go there for an emergency, actually, not for a mutual aid response.
Okay, thank you. That's very, very helpful. And then with regard to the question that was asked earlier by Director Rosario with regard to the adoption of policies, and we do them ministerially, how does that compare to other jurisdictions, other cities and counties?
Well, I would tell you, so I have experience with 2 agencies. Lexipol is quarterly. So every quarter we would get updates. And let me just check with Captain Love. Do I have that right on a quarterly update for Lexipol?
That's correct. We just received the most recent one.
So we get quarterly updates from Lexipol, and that other agencies, if it's a larger agencies, let's just say San Jose, for example, They have to do it as they deem fit, what they think is whatever schedule they determine is appropriate. Now, for us, for Lexipol, is that if something is dramatic or something is a major change, that's part of Lexipol to get in touch with us immediately and send out a directive on that and make sure. And I see Captain Love nodding. They're not going to let that quarterly let us fall behind due to the quarterly cycle if there's a law change or something happens. And as you know, because of your experience in the legislature, the quarters coincide with the beginning of the year. Most of those law changes come in, and Lexipol, as regarding the carotid restraint, some agencies did not change because that wasn't, you can still find somebody to teach that. What Post was saying is, we're not teaching that. We made the decision to say, we're going to strike that from our policy right away. I believe you could have some other agencies that maybe aren't Lexipol that still have that in their policy. We went beyond Lexipol on that one. At an off-cycle increment. It wasn't at a quarterly increment. We just made the change and changed it.
And policies are not adopted by other city councils or boards of supervisors. They're done internally in those other jurisdictions.
My experience with San Jose is that way, that the chief of police rolls out policy. Now, if it's something that rises to a much higher level and it draws the attention of the municipal legislature, or perhaps the municipal legislatures bring that forward, then yes, there would be some involvement there. But for the most part, many of these are so technical and they're related to operating procedures. And I think, especially for California, and then when you have CALEA on top of this, then there is a much higher degree of I would say, a latitude and delegation given to the department, for the exception when something has deemed, whether it's because of the community or whether it's something that the municipality wants, that they actually get involved. The immigration policy is an example for that. We heard from Director Rosario, Carol Victor heard him. Those conversations are going on. I will call him and we'll have that conversation about that.
Yes, and that was something that was brought up a while back. Mm-hmm. So I think before you were here. So the last question I have is, again, I, like everyone else, I appreciate these 9 key reforms and your proactivity and quickness in adoption of these important policies. But well, how does, I don't quite know how to ask this question, but where or how in training do you create this atmosphere of support? I mean, obviously in officers support each other. That's, a really important part of the job, everybody backing each other up and all of that. But where is there something in training to foster this sort of atmosphere of support for each other to make sure that the reforms are followed? Do you know what I mean? If you're just in general, as someone who's new to an organization, might be like, well, I want to make sure everybody likes me and I want to do this and that and support everybody. So I'm sorry if I'm being a little vague, but where in training is there the support for each other to make sure that the reforms move forward and each and every one supports each other on those?
Well, that's a very good question. So first we start off with the mechanical controls and the oversight. So the class is taught, there is a lesson plan. CALEA has an additional layer of certification regarding that. Then we ensure that all that is taught. We ensure that, for example, Lexipol, they have to check off. I have to do that anytime a new policy comes out. I must write in there that or click off that I have accepted that policy. Then we ensure that the sergeants are aware of that, and also that we have the review that comes up the chain of command. We have instituted a policy where we audit body-worn camera. So sergeants are required every month to audit a certain amount of minutes of body-worn camera. So it's a spot check, and they're required to do that. So we know that's built into the system there in terms of what an officer is doing. And then the other part of that is the culture. What's the culture of the police department? Because what you're saying is someone could come to the department, they could learn all the rules and decide, well, I think I'm going to do something differently. Or they for whatever reason, they decide to do that. So it really comes down to what are our mechanical controls? What are we actually teaching them? And then what is getting enforced from the top? And we come in, and that's where we take advantage of the virtual staff meeting. And we talk about, and also when I talk about de-escalation, I talk about, we praise people for it. So we try to identify people and tell them they're doing the right things. We promulgate that constantly. And that goes back to Director Waspie's question about leadership. I talk about safety and service and stewardship every Thursday morning. And this was a suggestion from my staff. These aren't my ideas. I have a brilliant staff that I come out and I give a virtual, I think you may have participated in one of those. So I have a meeting every Thursday at 8 o'clock, all hands on deck. So whatever the topic is, it comes right down from the top. So they hear me talking about it. And then we have those ongoing meetings, for example, with the PA, or people can ask me questions. We have a virtual suggestion box. So I think the communication is there. And then we have accountability mechanisms, and we are very good with our compliance. But at the same time, the auditing measures are there. Then we have if we determine that something's not within policy, we do investigate that. There is those corrective measures, send out a message in an agency. There is leadership training, where we send officers to classes to train them to be leaders. We send sergeants to classes. So we're trying to, in a sense, this is we're weaving all of this together. And it also starts from the moment they go through the academy. It's the ethical training. It's understanding who we are as an agency. When we talk to people, when they meet the chief. So it's a whole package of putting everything together to ensure that everyone is in compliance. And that's the best answer I can give you on that. And it also, again, comes right down from the top, and we are constantly talking about that. And also I have a notepad on my desk that I can write a note to an officer. I write notes when they do a good job. You did a good job. I write a personal note to them, and we encourage. Another thing we do that was noted in our audit was the amount of commendations that we write. So we have to give accolades for good work, and we also have to hold people accountable. And I think that's a very important part of what we do. And we're I think in the last 3 months, I've written 3 letters of commendations. My captains write them, my lieutenants write them. So we're constantly praising good work, because we want people to feel good about working here.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And again, we appreciate all of your work. We appreciate this report. Thank you to the 2 captains and lieutenant who are with us today as well. And I know we have another report coming from your department as well. So anyway, thank you all. And thanks for the answers to my questions.
Welcome.
All right. Any other closing comments, anyone? Director Wieskamp.
I want to say it reminds me of what we expect of good teachers. Constant reinforcement of the positives.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't
That's right.
that a wonderful thing to think about our police doing that? So good job all around.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And the district council just popped up on my screen. Oh.
It's
Okay.
just a feature of Zoom. I don't have any comments.
Okay. It's not every so many minutes the attorney pops up. Okay, well, thank you all very much. If there's no other questions or comments, we can go on to the next item, which is the presentation outlining recruitment and hiring for the East Bay Regional Park District Police Department. And I see that presentation will be given by Lieutenant Kocher, Chief Chiburo, and Chief of HR, Allison Picard. And I don't know if there's anybody else, but that's all I have on my agenda. All right, please, Chief, are you introducing it?
Absolutely. It's with great pleasure that I introduce Lieutenant Joe Kocher. Lieutenant Kocher has done a phenomenal job in terms of our recruiting. He's working very hard, and I really, it's a difficult job, and I present to you Lieutenant Kocher.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you, Lieutenant. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam President, Board of Directors, and General Manager Doyle. Thank you for giving me the time to give this presentation. My name is Terrence Kocher. I'm a police lieutenant here with the Park District, and I am currently assigned to support services. The reason why I'm here and the reason why I'm giving this presentation is I've been involved with the recruitment and hiring for our department for the last 7 years. So it's something I'm very, very passionate about, and something that's very important to our organization as we continue to move forward.
Lieutenant Kocher, can you change your view on your screen?
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Deborah.
Is that any better? Good. Okay.
Yes.
Apologize for that. So for our police department, the chief did a very good job of explaining kind of the size of our department, and the positions that we normally recruit for are fourfold. And those are police officer, and those are broken down into recruit, academy attendee, academy graduate, and lateral. We also recruit for dispatchers, police services technicians, and public safety student aides. For this entire presentation, I'll be using a police officer recruit application and recruitment process as the example. So recruiting. For us, it starts with minimum qualifications, and minimum qualifications are very, very important. It's the first screening tool for our agency. And for us, something that somewhat differentiates us from other agencies is our requirement for college units. And for us, we have 60 semester or 90 quarter units that are required. And that goes to our next point of where we recruit for a diverse candidate pool. It starts with NeoGov, which is the website or the program that HR uses for all recruitments. It goes to our district website. And then the third point, the local colleges and universities really is a place where we find very fertile ground for recruitment, and that goes along with job fairs. Additionally, outside of that, we try to foster a relationship with the communities in which we serve. So you see another couple bullet points with very diverse and different groups that we're really trying to get our message out to that we are recruiting. The idea that every officer is a recruiter is very, very important to us. It's a maximization of resources for us, and something that we instill in officers from the very beginning, that they are responsible for the perception or the district as a whole and our profession. So the way they present themselves, the way they interact with the public is a representation of us, is a representation of the district, and is the possibility for that first contact of somebody who could end up being an employee here with us. So that's very important. As time has kind of gone on, social media has become extremely important. And through work through our social media team here, and also with members of staff at Peralta Oaks as well, with public affairs, it's extremely important that we get our information out the way in which our applicants want to receive it. And more that's manifested in social media. The Bridge to a Career is a very special and important thing that we have here at the Park District with the police department. So this is an agreement between the district and the police association where our PSSAs or public safety student aides are given an opportunity to have a leg up in the recruitment process because they have worked with us for so long. And we do know them, they do know us. They know that they want to be a part of our agency. They know they want to be a part of public safety in that career field. And what it does is it provides them a first pool designation during their recruitment oral board. So that's great for bringing people from the bottom rung of our department through the hiring chain. Personal contact goes along with our first point of every officer being a recruiter. It's something that my staff here really focuses on and something we've improved upon and continue to improve upon as we go forward. But really, we want to make sure that people who are applying here with our agency know who we are, know our why, understand what we're doing, where we're going. And we want to be here to be able to answer any questions that they might have. Overall, when you look at recruiting, our goal is to provide an opportunity on an equal and unbiased basis. So moving on to the application and testing process. It's very important to us, our relationship with human resources. This is an extreme collaborative effort, and it's broken down, the responsibilities of that relationship are broken down. So with human resources on their side, they are responsible for ensuring the fair and equal process as it goes forward. As I mentioned before, they use NeoGov to kind of govern or to work through all those recruitments, organize those recruitments. And as a representation of that fair, transparent, and equal process, staff here at the police department do not see applications, do not know the ins and outs of a person's application until that person is placed in a hiring pool. So that would be after an oral board is completed. For us at the police department, at the beginning processes of this, we're really there to provide the spice. We're there to provide, again, that personal contact, the specifics about the career, to answer any questions. And in non-COVID times, ride-alongs and sit-alongs are very, very important, because people who may not have any idea of what we do or how we do it, it's important for them to know before they get too deep that this is something that they're going to want to do. We then move on to the testing process. And again, this lies, the administration of this lies with human resources. And but we are there in a collaborative effort to help. For the police officer recruit, for example, we have a written test and a physical test. So for the written test, you can see there that it's California Post requirement, and the chief did a great job of explaining Post. It's the governing agency that really helps us through all of the different day-to-day things that we do as police officers. So they do have a standardized test. It's called the Pellet B. Our required score is 47. That's specific to us. Other agencies have a little bit lower. Other agencies have a little bit higher. But we find that 47 gives us a nice sweet spot. And you can see off to the right of the screen that that is a graph directly from Post that kind of identifies that bell curve of where normal test results lie. So 50 being the middle ground, 47 puts us right below the middle ground and gets us as many applicants as we possibly can. Usually on that same day of the written test, we have a physical agility test. And this is called by Post a work sample test battery. This is not a test of Herculean strength or Olympic potential. It's a basic physical fitness test, and it consists of 5 evolutions. So those evolutions are an obstacle course, which is 99 yards, and it's kind of a zigzag pattern. It is a representation of what could be a foot pursuit during or through a parking lot. There's 2 fence climbs, a solid wood wall and a chain link fence, both 6 feet. There's a body drag evolution where a 165-pound dummy needs to be dragged 10 yards. And there's a 500-yard run, which really simulates maybe a longer foot pursuit. We look at this at the police department as a great opportunity for our staff to have, again, personal contact with that applicant. These tests are obviously put on by HR, but they are staffed with either supervisors or field training officers from our department. So again, that ability to interact one-on-one, answer questions, and be receptive to who could possibly be our future coworkers is very, very important. We also try our best, and obviously COVID has had some effect on this as well, to offer practice tests. Although this is not a superhuman test, it can be very, very hard for some of our candidates, depending on size. So having practice tests kind of takes the edge off. It's another opportunity for personal contact. And we've seen that it really helps drive up the pass rate of the physical assessment. So for the testing portion, the written and the physical, these are both check boxes. The applicant needs to get a certain level, a certain accumulation of points, and they move on to the next step. So the next step of our process would be an oral board panel. And the oral board process is governed very heavily by the PAM manual and also the Police Association MOU. The way that a police officer recruit panel is set up is there's our HR representative, a field training officer, the recruitment and training sergeant, a outside sergeant from a allied agency, and we try to kind of mix that around as much as we can. And there's also a PA observer. So of those 5 panel members, 4 of those vote. The PA member or the PA observer is there to make sure everything is fair and equitable and the questions are asked in the same way. That oral board consists of a series of questions. Usually it's between 7 to 9 questions. And really those questions are intelligently structured to draw out who we are. We are the East Bay Regional Park District Police Department, and we are very, very proud of that. We are different. We are not a municipality. We are not a sheriff's department. And the questions that we ask need to be put or phrased in a way or asked in a way that make sure, again, people understand where they're coming to and what those expectations are. Also, we take a look at these questions, the HR representative, myself, and the recruitment and training sergeant, every time that we have an oral board to ensure that we're keeping an eye out for bias and ensure that they're still relevant. Once the applicant completes their oral board, the raters, the 4 of them, will assign points to each one of the applicants. You can receive 0, 1, or 2 points from each one of the raters, and that cumulative score will place you in either a first, second, or no pool category. And you can see their first pool is 6 to 8 points, and they are considered most qualified. They've answered the questions the best. Second pool is 3 to 5 points, and they're still considered qualified. And normally through the length of a recruitment, which is normally a year long, we usually get through the first and second pools fairly easily. If the applicant gets below 3 points, they are put in a no pool category, and they are not qualified, and they will not be moving forward. Once the oral board has taken place, we then move into a background phase. The background phase for us is extremely important. It's a 4 to 10 week process. Excuse me. And it starts for us with a personal history statement. We call it a PHS. And that personal history statement is a 10-year history of the applicant, has personal contacts, has work history, has where the applicant has lived, has any criminal history or things like that, that's all incorporated into one, I believe it's 34-page document. Once that personal history statement is completed, it's turned in along with a background waiver to the recruitment and training office, and that applicant is scheduled for a polygraph examination. So in this polygraph examination, another questionnaire is given with a lot of the same information, and then the polygraph examiner asks a small amount of very simple questions that cover all of the information that is in that personal history statement. Once the applicant has moved through those processes, they're then assigned a background investigator. And this is where that 4 to 10 week process kind of takes place. The background investigator takes their time and goes through the applicant's background and really starts looking at the 10 post-hiring dimensions. And those are listed there below. I'll read some of them to you, some of the most important: integrity, impulse control, stress tolerance, conscientiousness, decision-making, learning ability, communication skills. All of these have been identified by California Post as the makeup of what a good police officer is. So these are the standards at which all background investigations are viewed through, and the decisions on pass or not pass are made on these 10 dimensions. Once that applicant has passed the background portion of the process, they then move to a chief's interview. And again, the chief has said it before, and board members, you guys have picked up on it, as have we here at the police department. The chief's ability to communicate from his position all the way down to a brand new officer is extremely important. All of the decisions on hiring for the department, they do lie with the chief. Usually these interviews are scheduled with at least one captain, but normally both captains are there. These are that important. And this is the chief's first opportunity to set the clear expectations of what is necessary to be a police officer here. And again, the safety, stewardship, service and stewardship are all very, very important pieces that are introduced right at the beginning. Hopefully, once that applicant passes the chief's interview, a conditional job offer is extended to that applicant. It's conditional because there are 2 conditions. The 2 conditions are a psychological exam and a medical exam. And these, again, are highly regulated by California Post, and they need to be performed by medical professionals. And what we end up seeing from HR and for our background investigation is basically a face sheet saying that this applicant is either psychologically suitable and physically suitable. At that point, the applicant is given a final job offer. The communication between applicants is very important and very structured, and something that we've worked on over the years, and we're still refining. These conditional job offers and final job offers are sent out through HR, obviously in coordination with the recruitment and training office and the police department here. So we do run into challenges in recruitment. There's always some things that we can do better. And we're going to discuss some of the challenges that we face recruiting for a modern police officer. The first is going to be economic forces. The second is going to be perceptions of law enforcement. And the third is going to be generational differences. So what these challenges can do is they can reduce the number of applicants that any given police department are seeing. And we're going to break each one of these down individually. So we'll start with economic forces. So an uncertain economy can honestly have a positive or negative effect on the amount of applications that we are receiving. And through the pandemic, we have seen that the economy is uncertain, and we're forced to kind of deal with that. The area's cost of living is a very important topic with people who are thinking about setting up a career, people who are thinking of purchasing a house, and we'll get to that in a second, or people who are thinking about starting a family or a new profession. So the cost of living here does have an impact on our application levels. And to go along with that, like I mentioned before, is housing prices. A competitive job market. So we do set ourselves up with our college credit requirement that there are a lot of opportunities for people to go into many different professions. And where we are in the Bay Area, right next to the Silicon Valley, we are competing for talent. We're competing for talent not only from other agencies, but also from other professions. Some other economic forces that do touch us are unions and union reform and pension reform. And you can see two examples of those right there, Janus versus AFSCME and the recent PEPRA retirement reform. The last thing that we'll talk about with economic forces is pay. Pay is extremely important. We want to attract the highest level, most capable police officer we can. And it's pay, again, not just versus other departments, but it's also pay versus other professions. The next challenge that I'll discuss is perceptions of law enforcement. So as you can read there, law enforcement's reputation directly correlates with the size and quality of the applicant pool. And that's not just the reputation of our department, but that's the reputation of law enforcement as a profession. So I break it down into really three categories. One, society's perception is very, very important and can be a detractor to the number of applications that we see. The media's perception, it goes along with society. It could have the same effect. And also history. We fight on a daily basis, sometimes tragic history to try to attract a very diverse applicant pool. It's very, very hard, and it takes a lot of effort and a lot of that personal contact for people to understand who we are, what our why is, and why they should come work here. The last challenge that I'll discuss are generations in the workforce. And broken those down into the four categories that are currently in our workforce: baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, and Generation Z. What we're seeing now is really millennials and Generation Z being the applicant pool that we're pulling from. This is a marked and dramatic change from what has been previously with Gen X and with baby boomers. And it's important for us to understand that so that we can appeal to the new populace or the new generations in the workforce. Overall, millennials and Gen Z really want to be engaged by their employers. They want to understand and take on their employer's mission. So that Chief's interview, starting from square one, is extremely important to us again. They are generally digital natives. They want transparency, and they want their agency or their employer to value them, to push learning and push development of their own careers and of themselves. This moves us into the organizational values, and the chief speaks about this all the time. But the alignment of our values between staff and the organization is critical to our success. Who are we? We're the East Bay Regional Park District Police Department, and that makes us special. That makes us different. What's our why? Why are we here? What are we trying to accomplish? And really, it gets broken down into those 3 S's: safety, service, and stewardship. And we hammer those into applicants and new employees as much as we possibly can. We know, just based on experience, that absence of that alignment can lead to conflict in the organization and conflict with the community. So that could lead to greater turnover in employees. That could lead to increased complaints, decreased service delivery, and a decreased continuity throughout the whole entire process. So for us in recruiting, we really recruit and hire for a value fit. We want the organizational's values to match the individual's values. We want the right person. And when those don't match, it's a propagation of more of the same. Bad work product or lack of productivity, employees that are unhappy or feel unfulfilled. You could have retention issues. You could have serious increases in uses of force or policy violations, complaints, or investigations. And it could manifest itself as a lack of diversity. For us, the golden thread that's running through everything that we do is really that procedural justice. And trust with the public is very fragile. It's hard to create. It's easy to destroy. And those tenets of voice, neutrality, respect, and trust really have to be pervasive in everything that we do. Everything has to be procedurally just. So my last couple of slides will be some of our hiring numbers. And on this slide, I have 2017 through 2019. What you can see is for police recruit, for example, we are seeing a decrease through those years in applications, but we don't really see that in the hiring numbers. The hiring numbers are staying somewhat steady. So you could take a few seconds and look through those graphs. And for my final slide, it's really our year-to-date numbers for 2020. And when you compare those, applications do seem to be up. Hiring is hard right now with COVID. We're having to be more flexible, more ingenious about the way in which we connect with people, the way in which we communicate with people, obviously through the type of way that we're having board meetings. But we are having success. And it is something that we are continually working on to make sure that we have the right people here as police officers and public safety professionals. And I'd really like to thank you all for the time and be definitely willing to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Kocher. Great presentation. Do you mind taking down the shared screen so we can see everybody? Thank you so very much. I'm sure there will be some questions and comments. Who would like to go first? Director Rosario.
Lieutenant Kocher, great report. I just have some question. One question is in your, oh, I know, here it is. Why do you use polygraph when it's in a law case? It's not admissible in court.
Thank you for that question, sir. And yes, although polygraphs are not admissible in court for a criminal case, they are very, very good at making sure that we are getting truthful answers out of applicants. And it's really that double check to make sure that the information that they're providing us is true and correct.
Okay, and then my last question is regarding, it's not really a question, but it's more of a comment regarding the requirement for 60 units. As you know, it's getting more and more difficult for young people to even attend school without having to work, and getting to that 60 units, that's equivalent, I think, almost equivalent to an AA. I think you might, requiring 60 units is a lot, and you might be losing some potential recruits there by that high number. But something we should maybe talk about, I guess. Is there a way to tell if a candidate with 60 units is any different than a candidate that has only just 40 units?
Well, really what we fall back on, sir, is being a police officer in 2020 is very, very hard. And a portion of that is the ability to communicate both verbally and in written form. It's of dire importance that officers are able to create logical, complete reports. And what we found with that college requirement is the rigors through the academy are very, very strenuous. And people who have that level of training or that level of education generally do much better through the entire process of the police academy, the FTO program, and with their report writing.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well done.
Director Wieskamp.
Well, the lieutenant and I have had a few rides together and have talked about his expertise and going out and searching. I've been impressed with the fact that you have actually helped us accomplish hiring more women. And I'd like to understand maybe a little better about how you go about getting that pool and the various ethnicities. I noticed in your list there are many organizations you go to looking for those changes and bringing in underrepresented groups. So maybe you could tell us a little more about that.
Yes, ma'am. Be happy to. So really in the recruitment frame of things, it's very important to cast the widest net possible. So our relationships, both internally with human resources and public affairs, are very, very important, but also our relationships out in public. And those are just some of the organizations that we end up corresponding with. It may be a phone call, it may be an email, it may be sending a flyer of, hey, we're recruiting. To go one step further with that, it's also important in the recruiting materials that we distribute, the pictures that we show on social media. Those have to be representative of the larger communities that we serve. We know that a diverse workforce in a public safety setting in a police department is going to be better when somebody who's calling the police, when somebody shows up, that person looks like them. There's an automatic ease there that we want to foster, and really displaying a diverse workforce is extremely important. And then really casting the widest net possible is extremely important. And also the big thing is every one of our officers on every contact should be thinking about an opportunity to recruit. So those are really the things that I think have paid dividends to us in recruiting a diverse workforce.
I'd like to follow up with, we are a unique type of police force. And we've had some success at recruiting from others. That's how we got the chief, absolutely. So is that more of a personal, in-touch, opportunistic type thing, or what?
I would say yes. The lateral renaissance that the chief likes to call it, that we've had over the last few months or year or so. It's important to us. And I think what we're seeing is we have a very professional, a very well-trained, a very stable police department that people look to as a beacon of what can be done in law enforcement in 2020. So the perpetuation of that, I think the flywheel will continue to spin, and hopefully we'll get faster with lateral applicants coming to our agency. I know that we are currently processing through 3 or 4 lateral applicants right now.
I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to jump in and ask a question. Lieutenant Kotcher, I work on a program which is a Pathway to Law program, which works specifically in the community colleges as an avenue for increased diversity to attract students towards law careers. And so I was just wondering, what is our, how do we work? Do we work with local community colleges in their administration of justice departments in our recruitment efforts? Because that's also a good place to help with increasing our diversity, I think.
Yes, ma'am. And I'd love to talk to you more about that and maximize whatever relationships we can. But I can tell you in the normal world without COVID, we do have a recruitment team, and part of our yearly activities would be to go out to Las Positas and Chabot and give presentations at administrative justice classes, because really to a previous question, that's a really fertile ground for us with those 60 semester units and somebody who wants to be in law enforcement. And if I can go out there, or one of my staff can go out there and set the hook of, hey, you get to come to the Park District, do the thing that you want to do, but do it in a beautiful environment, in a place where the stress level may be just a little bit lower, we do very well there. So it has been tough during COVID. There have been some remote or Zoom-based job fairs that we've been able to do, but normally we are at community colleges all the time.
Okay, great, thank you. Have we recruited some community college students into our force?
I mean, if you go back,
Captain Love.
if you go back 15 years or 16 years ago, I got a presentation from, I think, then Sergeant Grangoff in an administrative justice course at Chabot College. So
good to know. Great. Go Gladiators.
Ma'am, if I may.
Yes, please.
In that same vein, our public safety student aid program, that is comprised wholly of college students, full-time college students, who are taking at least 9 units. They have to maintain a certain GPA level, and they're able to come work with us on a part-time basis. And they get to see kind of behind the scenes of what it would be like to be a police officer, a dispatcher, a firefighter. And really, that bridge to career is really what it is. We try to make that the stepping stone to our entry-level positions in public safety.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I'm glad to take that conversation offline whenever you'd like to. Director Lane. Uh-oh.
So over the years in our goal of having a more diverse police force, which includes women and Asians who are sometimes a little smaller than others, have you needed to make alterations in what your physical expectations are?
So no, we do not make the alterations in the physical testing. That testing is set. There's a recommendation that's given by Post. And from my understanding, the way that Post puts those standards together is based on people of average height, average weight, average physical ability, so that we are encapsulating, excuse me, as many people as possible in the pool of possible applicants. The police academies in our area and throughout the state are extremely physically intensive. Being a police officer is a extremely physically intensive profession. And really that level of physical fitness and that base level of physical fitness is very, very important for safety, longevity, all of those types of things.
So I guess I have another question along that line. After someone has served in the police force for say 15, 20 years and they get to be a little more mature, do we have physical tests that they need to pass every year?
So currently we do not, and that boils down to a number of reasons, one of which being it's a negotiated item between the PA and the district. There are agencies who do implement a physical fitness standard and physical fitness testing. I would say from my understanding and from my viewpoint that's the minority. The majority do not, but it is a direction that police departments are pushing because of the physical and mental benefits of physical fitness. We know those just based on us being a park district, and through COVID, the amount of people who have relied on us to be that outlet. And I think that is room for growth for us as a profession, and something that we could look to in the future.
Yeah, I just remember my dad was a Marine and he never looked forward to the, as he got older. But it does make a difference in terms of their overall health and their ability to keep their back strong and function well as a police officer. So just thought I'd inquire about that. Then on the website, I did a look through the website and I'm wondering, because you indicated, we have this desire to have a diverse workforce. Does that appear somewhere in the website that is a overall goal for us? And what we often talk about is having a workforce that reflects our diverse population in the East Bay. So is that represented somewhere as we look to recruit? Or I didn't see it, but I didn't spend hours on the site or anything.
I couldn't tell you specifically, ma'am, if it's on the website or not, but I can tell you that our recruitment team pushes that. The members of our recruitment team are as diverse as we can make them. We have women, we have minorities, we have young, we have old. And again, it's very, very important on an operational standpoint to have officers who show up on scene and can, there's that interaction immediately. But it's also important on the recruitment side that people can see themselves in our uniform, that they see others like them in our uniform. That has to be a foundational piece of our recruitment efforts.
Well, I think that is very important. And if you would take a look, I don't know how many people find it through the website, but just be sure that is reflected in just what you're doing anyway. And I think that would be a good idea as people do look at things in the website. And then I have an old question, which I ask, and that has to do with often teenagers not being entirely developed and making the best decisions.
Lifestyle choices.
Frontal lobe, who get in trouble, when they're in teen years, and then as they mature, they might want to go into law enforcement, but they have a record at some level. Is this something that disqualifies people from becoming officers, or do you have a way to approach that without your teenage sins keeping you from doing what might be just the right job for you?
Yes, ma'am. That's a great question. And I can answer it a couple fold. One, we look at really our personal history statement and our background investigation. Although it looks at the person's entire life, it's focused on the last 10 years. And I can tell you that I know a lot of our current hiring pool, that 10 years is within the situation that you're talking about with teenage years being applicable. But we really like to look at a person holistically and person individually based on who they are, decisions they've made. And we really look for patterns. When there's a pattern of poor decision-making, let's say, that's likely to continue. But if there's a pattern of poor decision-making and there's a clean break there that we've seen, some pathway has diverged, it's usually very, very clear to us in a background that the direction of this person is going is trending up and not trending down. So really, there are very few things that get you disqualified. The one action in your life that gets you disqualified. It really is a look holistically throughout the person's entire background, and there's some humanity to it as well. We're all human beings who are looking at this person's background, and it really goes down to those post-hiring dimensions and the patterns in which we see that develop as we look at somebody's background.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Kotcher, this is another one of those uncomfortable questions, but how do you, if someone uses marijuana within the last 10 years prior to applying for a job, how do you handle that? And I guess my other question is, is that decreasing your pool of applicants, those sorts of issues?
So yes, I can answer your question, and something that we see quite often, and we see if your example, marijuana use is pretty pervasive across society. Here at the Park District, in the hiring look at things, we do not have any kind of drug use matrix or certain if you've done it 3 times in the last 3 years or something like that, that you're going to be disqualified. Current marijuana use is going to be highly considered as a decision-making problem or something like that. If you're thinking about getting into a career in law enforcement, your decision-making of drinking to excess or using marijuana or things like that are things that we have to take into consideration. But experimental usage of personal usage of drugs, marijuana specifically, does not constitute a disqualification on its own.
Okay, thank you very much. And is especially since marijuana recreational use has been legalized, is that shrinking the pool of available applicants? Do you find that at all, or?
I have not found that to be the case. When people make up their mind that law enforcement is the path they want to go down, usually those decisions are fairly easy to make on a daily. Hey, I'm probably not the best idea to continuously use marijuana recreationally if you want to be a police officer. So we really have not seen that. There's definitely more marijuana usage in background investigations that we've seen, but it's not a high level of concern for us.
Okay, and then do we do testing of our officers?
We do not do testing of our officers, but that could come into play depending on a use of force situation or something to that matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Director Rosario?
I forgot one question. Regarding dispatchers, I noticed we had a lot of applicants, but we only hired one in the last year that you showed. And I know we have a need for dispatchers. So is our qualifications for dispatcher that hard?
So what you're seeing there, sir, is the 2020 year-to-date stats. Those applications are kind of higher because we're right in the middle of a recruitment where we have 100+ applications sitting there. It actually ends November 20th. Oh, okay. Although I tried to take a look at the numbers year by year, a lot of those recruitments kind of overlap through years. We don't like to do some recruitments during the holidays. It's hard for people to get either time off or extra time away to focus on what they need to do requirement-wise here for us. So there's an ebb and flow there. And what you saw was just year-to-date numbers.
Okay. So how many dispatchers are we short?
We are currently short 3. But that is to say that we do have, I believe, 4 in training, and that training program is extremely intensive, quite long. So although those FTEs are gone, we don't have full functioning independent employees at this point.
Okay, great.
And dispatchers go through the same sort of background process, questions and measurement of all of the things you've shown us on the slides. Is that correct? Because they're public.
Yes, ma'am. The post-hiring interventions are the same across the board. The personal history statement, the PHS, is different. It's a little bit shorter, and that again comes from Post. That's a regulation from Post. So we do follow Post guidelines when it comes to a dispatcher background being different than a police officer's background.
And then I have one last question. So I know in the Park District we have a great tradition of moving people up in positions, and I was just wondering, do we have any particular pathways within our organization where we're finding individuals who end up wanting to be part of public safety coming from another part of the Park District? Does that happen?
So yes, that does. We currently have a recruit in the academy who was a park ranger at Cole Canyon. We have a couple of officers who started their careers out in the Park District as Rangers. One of our, or two of our sergeants, Sergeant McFadden and Sergeant Martinelli, excuse me, we're both Park Rangers. And it goes to our relationship with operations, that we are fostering those, that communication and those relationships, and making sure that door is as wide open as possible. Because again, we want as diverse and wide an application pool as possible. And if you are already working in the Park District, you already understand the larger mission of what we're trying to do. And we're just going to fit you in the specific area that we need you, public safety.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Captain Love.
Captain Love, Support Services. I just wanted to really kind of commend Lieutenant Kocher. He is obviously the heart of the recruitment and training unit, but more importantly is he is teaching those below him to also embrace the best aspects of recruitment and retention within the Park District. So I wanted to just publicly thank him for his dedication to duty.
Thank you very much. That's so very nice. So very nice to hear. Great report, thorough, very enlightening. Clearly, we can tell you spent a lot of hours on this. And it's also great to have such, as Captain Love said, to have such a great mentor for people entering public service as public safety officers with the Park District. So thank you for that too. So great job. Thank you so much for the great work that you're doing.
Director
All right.
Corbett, may I make a comment? Sorry.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. I didn't
No,
see
no
you
apology
there.
needed.
You're on the other screen.
No, my apologies. I just also wanted to give a shout out to Captain Love. He's commending the lieutenant. The both of them do an exceptional job with recruiting and retention. And to answer one of your questions earlier, it does start with them. That's the best answer I could possibly give you about an organization. You got to hire the right people. And thank you for taking such an interest in this.
Yes. And there's another example of fostering an atmosphere of support for each other. So that's great. Thank you so very much. Any other additional questions or comments? Thank you, Lieutenant Kocher. You should visit us more often. All right. Let's see. I have to apologize, board members. I actually was supposed to be gone about an hour ago, but I stayed. So I'm going to hand the gavel over to Director Rosario to continue on to the next item, which is a presentation. I'm just taking a look at this.
Board and staff report.
Mr. GM, are we going to do actions taken by other jurisdictions first? Because I see Jim already.
Jim is waiting. He's just ready to go.
Okay.
I wanted to do Jim's presentation is fairly short, and if there are no questions about the actions by other jurisdictions, you had two, the Walnut Creek Channel, which is just a land transaction between the county and the refinery to be able to start looking at the restoration project. The second one is Los Vaqueros Reservoir expansion, and that's something we're monitoring very closely. I think Director Lane may have a question on that, but other than that, we're ready to go to Jim when you are.
Okay, I'm going to sneak off, hand the gavel to Dee, and allow him to ask Director Lane for any questions or anyone else. So nice to see you all. Great meeting. Thank you all very much. Take care. We'll see you at the next thing. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Are there any questions on the actions taken by other jurisdictions?
I'll get them answered another way.
You sure? Okay, great.
So we're ready for Jim Tallarico presenting
Yes,
an
we are.
update on the accomplishment on information services.
Everybody see my screen?
Yep.
So, after watching the two great presentations from public safety, I just want to share with the chief and the captains. My daughter was an intern at public safety for a year while she was attending college for her criminal justice degree, and then ended up going on to working as a police officer for Harris County, Texas. and then moved over as a agent for the ABC for the state of Texas. So when you talk about, bringing somebody up through, internship and then see them achieve something, that's really awesome. So I really appreciated the opportunity that she was able to work at the Park District's police department.
Great story.
So I have a fairly short slide presentation here. I'm just going to touch on three topics here. Services and upgrades and communications and staff here. So I think a few of my staff members are still hanging on that I wanted to introduce. If they're still here, maybe they can show their faces. So last year, we actually had one new FTE, a business analyst, added to the staff. So that brings us up to 3 business analysts. And then we also hired a replacement for the public safety business analyst this year as well. And Keith, are you still with us?
Yes, Keith is on.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so Keith was the assistant administrator, and he was promoted this year to the IS systems manager position after 4 years of great work as the system administrator. And we also have 4 support technicians. 3 of them have been with the district for well over 10 years, and I think 1 over 20 years. So we've had a pretty steady staff. And then we also added an admin analyst, I think back in 2018, which has been really helpful for my department. It's taken some of the pressure off me.
Jim, could you introduce your staff that is here?
Yeah, I just don't see their photos.
I see
You're not going
Jesse.
to be able to see
Jim,
them
it's
all
because you're sharing your screen.
because of the share screen. You take that down.
If you unshare your screen, then you'll.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just got to find it up here. I'm sorry.
It's at the very top.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So there's Jesse Young.
Hi, I'm Jesse.
Jesse's been working as a one of our help desk technicians. You've been here over 10 years, right, Jesse?
Correct. I've been here for about 14 years.
Yeah. And so Jesse's actually moved around a little bit in some acting positions. He worked as the business analyst in public safety and also acting as the system administrator. And a lot of people on here trying to find. I see. Oh, there's Keith. Southern Wave, Keith.
Keith, yeah, come on.
And most of you may not know, but Southern married Susan Gonzalez's daughter, Alicia, and they had a new baby this year. So that's really been exciting. They bought a house together, new baby, new job, and anyway, I'm happy to have him on staff. He's done a great job for us. And see if I have anybody else here I can find. Maybe not. I may have lost the rest.
I'm hiding out with the kids there, Jim.
Oh man, where are you, Robert?
I can see him.
Oh, there you go. Okay, it's kind of dark. So yeah, Robert.
I'm actually here with Robert too, because
okay, yeah,
I was working
Robert,
on something on my computer.
Yeah, so Robert, yeah, it's kind of dark, but Robert and Lee are our 2 business analysts at Peralta Oaks. Lee has been with us, I think, over 4 years, and Robert just joined us in January of this year. Came from Solano County, huge background in software technology. So yeah, it was really, he's been like really helpful having a second business analyst. So anyway, I guess that's all we have to share with those folks. So
Great.
share my screen again. Okay, so here's some of the things that we upgraded this year. We upgraded the district's internet speed from 150 megabits to 150 megabits. This was really a part of the COVID process where people were working remotely, and so most of the parks, all their internet access flows through Peralta Oaks. So we really needed to kick the speed up to cover the communications. And then we also added the Palo Alto VPN services for the COVID as well, because we didn't have enough license for remote users. And we found that the Palo Alto VPN services were like much quicker than what we had before. So we were excited to see that improvement. We've re-engineered our data backups and upgraded our monitoring tools for SolarWinds, which allows us to kind of see what's going on out in the field. If we have outages, we get alerted straight away so we can be more responsive. And we also created redundant SQL Server databases for the applications that we house internally. And as far as the help desk, we've closed about 3,700 tickets this year so far, and I was updated this morning that it's now over 4,000, 4,027 maybe. And part of that process is we've had 321 change forms for employees. So these are people that are either coming or going or moving. As far as park upgrades go, we've added fiber connection to the kiosk at Lake Chabot. Del Val, we're working on improving the microwave system there, putting up a couple of new towers. This project's been underway for almost a year, going through the process of dealing with the state of California, as well as, the COVID set us back a little bit, and then the fires set us back again, but we're scheduled to start pretty soon. We're upgrading the fiber and Wi-Fi at the Ardenwood as we speak. And Black Diamond, we're also adding Wi-Fi services into the mines. And then Anthony Chabot, we put a new microwave antenna in there to speed up the communications. Tidewater, we've also added Wi-Fi connectivity for additional staff. And then we're replaced the network equipment at 15 locations, and we're going to complete the remaining locations this year before the end of the year. And we also increased the bandwidth at 30 park locations from 50 megabits to 20 megabits. And so this year, this is probably the most computers we've ever deployed so far in 1 year, 180 units. A lot of this is due to COVID. And we have an upgrade of a computer-aided dispatch system, which is going to, I think, occur in mid-November. And we also assisted public safety with the body camera, new body cameras, and the cameras in the vehicles. We upgraded our phone system at Peralta Oaks and public safety and replaced 200 telephone handsets and onboarded 2 additional employees. Robert was one, and then Raymond Gona is the other one, who's the business analyst at public safety. Software, we've converted the 235 Adobe license to a district enterprise agreement. So the net savings of that agreement is going to save the district $33,000 annually. We also added electronic signature software recently as well. And so that's going to assist the departments to route, paperless approvals throughout the district. And also the Zoom accounts, which everybody is using now for these meetings, we purchased that software. And we've also increased the use of Adobe Teams and other collaborative tools. And we now have 76 teams established throughout the district for different departments. And then also set up the single sign-on for software applications for Summit and Adobe. In December, hopefully first, we plan to deploy the district's SharePoint website, which is labeled The Branch. And this will be a central site for employees to go to find information like the information we're sending out with COVID, and also with benefits. So essentially, this will be a central site for all employees to go to get information internally to work, do their daily work. So I think a couple of years ago, I announced to the board that we had moved our ERP, finance, HR, and payroll systems to a new hosting site in Las Vegas. And I don't believe I had shown you the photos of those, but this is the site, switch.com in Las Vegas, where we're now hosting all of our data for those systems. And this is what it looks from the inside. So this is what they call, this is a 5-star hosting site. And there's 4 sites across the United States, 2 on the West Coast and 2 on the East Coast. And they're connected via fiber for backups. And I'm open for questions.
Great. Directors, questions? Dennis, Director Waspy, I'm sorry. You're on mute, Dennis.
I just wanted to thank Jim and his entire staff for all the great work they've done. I'm a well, I don't know what I am, but I'm a Luddite, and Jesse and everybody in the IT sections really helped me out a whole lot. And I think you do great work, and I appreciate you responding to everything in this COVID deal and setting us up with everything we're doing here. It's truly appreciated.
Yeah, well, it's been an exercise that we weren't anticipating, Director Waspy. So some of this we've been learning as we've been going along, like all of this Zoom setup and everything was totally foreign to us as well. So don't feel too bad.
Director Wieskamp.
If you're a Luddite, I'm not sure what I am, but I can tell you when I get into trouble with Zoom, I am so grateful for your very kind employees, your fellow employees, because they always help me out of trouble and they make it easy for me. So thank you so much, and for all you do for the whole district, even saving money here and there. I appreciate that. And I'm sure our financial department does.
Deborah Ocker.
Thank you, Director Rosario. I just wanted to say that the IS team is very humble, and they really are responsible for the success of keeping all of the Park District employees working through COVID. I mean, they have done an extraordinary job of helping us to get these public meetings set up, to keeping everybody in the Park District that needs access, which is everyone, to do their time cards.
Sure.
They are truly really an innovative team. They're highly focused on security of our systems, and they are responsive. It's been tough being responsive this year. As you've seen, there's lots going on, but it's really a priority for them to be responsive. So I just want to thank them and congratulate them for getting through this year. It's been really tough.
I second that. General Manager.
I just, we need to term this great group of people the Wizards of Oz. And I just really, I think the board's extremely aware of what it's mean just to keep our public face forward by these public meetings, all the work we had to do to make all the technology work. And so Jim and everybody, just thank you all. That's really all I can say, because we really have been able to keep on keeping on because of your work. So thank you so much, and thanks to the whole team.
Yes, I second that as well. if anything, this pandemic has shown how we are dependent upon our technology and our ability to communicate. And you guys have and women have done an excellent job of keeping the Park District together and running. We couldn't do it without you, for sure.
Well, I do have to say, I have a great staff and I appreciate them all. You know, they've gone out of their way to make sure everybody gets taken care of. You know, we average about 80 open tickets a day in our support desk, and that we've been trying to chunk through. You know, typically before COVID hit, it was about 45 to 50. So, you know, we're still trying to get through them, but most of our resources now are pushing out laptops for folks to work remotely and then support them off site. So it has been a huge challenge this year.
Yeah, I bet. Well, thank you very much.
We all thank you.
Yeah.
Great report.
I'll just add my thanks, and the sign that it's really working well and you guys are doing an amazing job is you make it look easy. I know it's not. I know you've got a whole lot of extra work this year, but you know, from our end, it looks very smooth. So thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, and so I also want to say, I think it was missing from my slide, maybe we were doing a fairly major upgrade to our ERP system. I don't know if I missed that or not, but it's going to happen, I think, less than 10 days. And then we're following up with another pretty major upgrade for the public safety CAD system a week later.
Wow.
Okay.
You get no rest.
Christmas.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Right.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Jim, and to your staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rosario.
Okay, we're now at item 6, announcements from closed session.
Director Rosario, there are no announcements from closed session.
Excellent. And now we are at board comments. Does anybody want to go first? Director Eccles.
I'll volunteer to go first for a change, only because I have to run out of here and go pick up my daughter.
Okay.
Go for it.
And I have a fairly short report. So let's see, on the 21st, I joined Supervisor John Joya at the Wildcat Canyon Wildfire Response Group, and I really am grateful for Chief Tiley and her deputy, both who came to answer questions and speak about all of the issues of concern regarding wildfire up there in the Richmond El Cerrito Hills in particular. I also, the next day on the 22nd, spoke at a virtual lunch at the El Cerrito Rotary Club and addressed a number of Park District related issues. And then on the 29th of November, attended the special closed session board meeting on GM transition, and also November 5th, yesterday, another closed session board meeting, special meeting on GM transition. And I guess I'll also just take the time to say, you know, I'm delighted that I'll be able to continue serving with you for at least another 4 years and hopefully longer. So thank you all for your support.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for winning. Director Lane.
Okay, caught me applauding. All right. Okay, so you know, I have managed to stay busy, although anxious. You know, as you lead up to this campaign, I had some staff meetings with Brian Holt and the on the trail users group, and some other items with Ann Kassenbaum and Eric Feeler on some federal project things. The board meetings or the recruitment, there were 2, October 29th and November 5th. And I've gotten into Sycamore Valley Park, went to Sutter Shoreline on last Sunday and really enjoyed it. And remember, I don't know if you recall it, we talked about what should the name of the pier be, and people wanted to call it an observation platform, and now it's the observation pier. And I did talk to flag down staff there for a minute, and what I noticed on Sunday was quite a few fishermen. And the staff said there were 45 fishermen there, including quite a few on the, not on the pier, but on the shoreline, with families sitting around and having a little Sunday conversations. So it was really fun to go and see that observation pier. Then I did join Brenda and Thomas at Burrell earlier this week, helping to bring some of the boxes. Well, they brought the boxes that were getting too hot out of one of the barns, and we put them in a different box and did a little more inventory on them. She can't really have volunteers helping her inside, but I'm not a volunteer, so we were all there with our masks and we worked together on it. And then the thing in the parks that was most fun was going to see the McCosker Creek restoration, sort of at the end of its year. And Dee was able to come, and a couple of my friends from the Walnut Creek Watershed group. And I just want to report that it looks extraordinary. I mean, all of a sudden you see the creek, and you know, the last time I was there, you had to search for the creeks. So they have done a whole lot this year, and they got a dispensation to work 2 extra weeks on it so they could finish their season by planting next to the creeks. It was really an interesting sort of mini field trip, and I appreciate Matt and Carmen Erasmus and others for putting that together. Ren came as well. Then I went to Kelly's retirement, which was really fun, to the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, which had a major BCDC program on the rising tides, which was pretty interesting and kind of scary. That was last night. And then election night, I joined a friend as, I guess I was security, and we delivered some of the ballots from Danville to Martinez. And that was a very interesting whole process where you waited at a park and ride, and the pollsters brought in their equipment and the ballots, and then they were put in cars with 2 people, you know, locked, and then we went to Martinez. And it was really a nice project to have, because otherwise I've just been sitting there looking at the returns and going kind of crazy. So that was really an interesting, and it was unique for me, but my friend has been doing it for about 5 years. So I think that'll be a regular thing for me to do from now on. And then I just wanted to say that, you know, we are hearing from people about the Concord Hills name, and today we got a quite extensive dose of people's opinions. And I just want to say that, you know, as a board and deciding what that name will be, all we need is a little wisdom of Solomon. And that was clear to me after listening to today's advocacy. So thank you very much.
Director Wieskamp.
Nothing easy, Beverly. Nothing easy. Except going to Judge John Sutter Shoreline Park dedication, even virtually, it was just outstanding to see that beautiful place and know that people can go there now. And I know how much John Sutter appreciates it, and how the without his futuristic view in 67, I don't think it would ever happen. So thank you, John. You deserve it. I had another virtual meeting with Brian Holt. It was an update on the Trails Work Group and on Concord Hills and the various issues there, including perhaps naming. Attended closed meetings on the GM on the 29th and on the 5th. And what I will say is the best Zoom I've been on all year, Kelly's retirement. What a great person who's made friends at every level and done such an outstanding job. So I'm going to say it again, best Zoom ever, and you deserved it. Have a wonderful retirement. And I apologize, I must leave an appointment medical. Thanks. Thanks, Steve, for continuing through.
You're welcome. Director Coffey.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that Director Lane is part of this massive election hoax that the president is talking about. And she apparently intends to be a continuing operative in that election operation. I too enjoyed the Sutter dedication on the 21st and had the thrill of just accidentally running into the man himself and his family on the pier the following Sunday when Mila and I had gone out there to check out the new park. And he looked well, and he was clearly excited about the whole thing. And the neatest thing was people were just walking or riding by and pointing at him, and recognizing him from the picture on the interpretive panel, and pointing at him and walking up to him and saying, "Thank you so much, thank you." He was very much moved by just the public approaches. On the 22nd, I attended the Ecology Committee. I also had the meeting with Brian Holt, Devin and Sean on an update on the Trails Working Group and some other issues. On the 26th, I attended the PAC meeting on behalf of this board and talked to the PAC about the general manager transition process, where we were and where we were going. On the 28th, I attended the Finance Committee meeting. I also attended the two board GM recruitment meetings. And I also attended Kelly's retirement party, and it was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. I'm truly looking forward to hearing about some of those stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Waspy.
Thank you. On the 21st, I attended the California Association of Recreation and Park Districts Board of Directors meeting, also the COVID task force. On the 22nd, I attended the Ecology Committee meeting and had a meeting with the Regional Parks Police Association in the afternoon. Attended the two GM recruitment closed sessions and Kelly Barrington's retirement, which was a pleasure, as we've all mentioned. I did have a chance to get out and visited Guerin and Dry Creek Myers Estate. It was a great tour. Jeff Bennett took me on a tour out there, showed me what the progress along the greenhouse. That's going to be an incredible building. And also showed me a project, a great cooperative project that I always used to like, between different parks came together with their skilled people and poured 15 yards of concrete into Dry Creek to stabilize the banks in anticipation of rain and winter. It was a cooperative effort by a number of people from a number of different parks, and it was a really successful venture, and I was happy to see that. And that's it for me.
Okay. I guess it's my turn. I have to apologize. I didn't write all my stuff down. I'm going to have to go read it right off my calendar. But so yeah, the ceremony for Judge Sutter was great, just to get out and about. And I am. Also attended the COVID task force, and I'm glad to announce that we're going to now switch to meeting once a month. And I just wanted to let everybody, all the participants know that I thought it was a great, I'm glad we did it. And it was a great exercise in communication up and down the chain of our great organization here. And then on the 22nd, I gave a talk to the Moraga Kiwanis Club, gave them an update on all of our big projects. They were very, very impressed. And then I also attended the Climate Change Forum. And the folks there was on the migrations that are going to happen and are happening, especially right now, some of the smaller islands in the Pacific, and also the small tribes, Native American tribes along the coast in Alaska and Canada. We're going to be seeing cultures wiped out in our lifetime. And that day also, I also attended the Alameda County's All In Eats. It's their program which incorporates Dig Deep Farms, and they're also with their health department. They are incorporating prescriptions for good food. It's medicine. Good food is medicine, and I think it would dovetail well with our Healthy Parks, Healthy People program. And then on the 23rd, I also attended the working group with Brian Holt, and I had the pleasure to talk with also Sean Dugan regarding trails and Concord Hills naming. And then that evening, Director Corbett and I participated and gave our little speech for the Lake Merritt 150th anniversary of the wildlife refuge there, and that was very fun. I learned a lot about the history of Lake Merritt there. Incredible. And then on Sunday, I participated in with the Friends of Salsa Creek. I also gave a little talk. They have a live creek program, and I participated in giving a small talk about what the Park District is doing as far as getting more people into the parks. And then then we move on to the 29th. I attended the closed session regarding the general manager. And then I also, that same day on the 29th, I was invited and attended the Regional Parks Foundation Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. That was very, very rewarding, great discussions, and they're going to be doing some good stuff, I think, as they always do. I think they're taking it seriously, and we should be seeing some good stuff. And then on the 30th, I attended the tour of McCosker, just like Director Lane. It was an incredible transformation from seeing no creek to a creek, and it's going to be amazing. I hope it survives the winter. And then we go into November, and I think we're and we are again, I'm just going through my calendar. Another task force meeting, and then we end with Kelly Barrington's retirement. Congratulations to Kelly. And then on the 5th, attended the executive board meeting, and I decided not to attend the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference because I was zoomed out. So that concludes my report. Anything else to add? Great. I just wanted to make one last comment. I really appreciate the public comments regarding the naming process for Concord Naval Weapons Station. I think myself and the colleagues on this board, we're taking this very seriously. It's in a way it's unfortunate we have two cultures that have been impacted heavily by history, and hopefully we can find a way to acknowledge both. But I am appreciative of the fact that people have come and spoken their hearts, and we are listening. So very much appreciated. And with that, seeing no other comments, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you to staff for getting this done.